And now we have a lecture from Kudlaeva Natalia, Rosatom Greenway. Natalia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Oh, that's good. Great. So let me welcome you once again to the International School on Ecology 2024. This is your first day. I'm glad to see and maybe later on to hear you all. So let me first introduce myself. I am Natalia Kudlaeva. These are my contact details. I am the Deputy CEO of Strategy at Rosatom Greenway. We are the subsidiary of Ghost Corporation Rosatom, and we are doing the investment projects on waste management in the concept of circular economy. So we are trying to extract as much valuable materials from waste and to reuse it in the new production processes. And we also do the investment project in digital ecology. And this is the topic of our lecture today. So let us begin. Today, I would like to show you how we can, using the instruments of air quality monitoring, come to the advanced public health and the reduction of the pollution. Basically, to shed the light on the answer of this question, can you do the next slide? Очень работает. А можно мне вот эту штучку, я буду переключать? Спасибо большое. So, to shed the light on the questions that I raised, those are the quotes of really famous people. So you can't control and fight what is not measured. Okay. Now I know how it works. So this is the screenshot of the Global Risk Report 2024. As you may see, in the next 10 years, almost half of the risks to the humanity are the risks that relate to climate and ecology. And I really recommend to read this report because it's really helpful to understand how the ecological and climate problems influence the GDP of the economy of the all countries of all over the world and the human health. So today I'm going to tell you about 2 out of 3 areas of air quality monitoring. This is the urban air quality monitoring and the industrial emissions control. We are not going to talk about the greenhouse gas emissions because it's needs another hour or two to explain this and to dig into it. So I'm not going to read all the slides, don't be afraid. I just want to highlight just 2 main points. First of all, our alma mater for all the state agencies and the businesses who work in Russia. We are having the decree of the President of Russia dated June 2024, 309, that stipulates that out of 7 main goals for the Russian Federations in the next 5 and 16 years will be the development of the comfortable and safe environment for life and environmental well-being. And the key agency is responsible for achieving this goal. Of course, this is the Ministry of Natural Russia and Ecology, and of course, all of us. So before I move on to the next slide, no, I don't want to do this at the moment. Just a second. I just want to ask the questions. What kind of instrumental air quality control do you know? Don't be afraid to speak up, please. No, maybe the simplest one, the water sampling, air quality sampling, laboratory analysis, right? What else? Chromatography, right? So the sensors, absolutely. Okay. So here you can see the small track of evolution of instrumental control. Initially, we did only laboratory analysis. That's the manual ones. Now we have really a huge 100% automotive air quality stations. We have, it's called worldwide the low-cost sensors. So they are very compact, and they do air quality analysis every minute and send information to the digital platforms. So we have in time air quality, understanding what's happening with the air. So this is 24/7 control, timely receiving of the information that gives us the effective control and supervision activity. We can do the supervision activities to maintain good air. And these are some examples of modern stations. They do marine posts, for example, to identify the oil spills. These are agrotechnical meteorological posts. We can understand the soil productivity and even do the forecasts. These are aerological posts, roads, weather stations, so we control the transportation intensity in the cities. City environmental post, of course, because we're talking about urban air quality monitoring. And of course, there are satellite carbon footprints and many, many others. For example, we're using drones in Russia to identify the waste landfills, where they're located, unsanctioned ones. We understand from satellite monitoring where is the forest fires, how to fight it. We understand where is going unsanctioned deforestation. So we understand that instrumental, ecological, environment control is vital to fight the ecology crises and the ecology problems. So as I already mentioned, once we have collected all the information, the historical ones, we can produce sophisticated analysis on ecology. We can find the ways how to fight it. We can model and forecast the air pollution spread. We can, using the AI modeling, identify what was the source of air pollution. And these all analyses, these models we develop, and they already work in Russia. We are doing this together with the best universities, as well as this one, of course. Now I'd like to just show just a few examples how we do urban air quality monitoring. So this is one of the cities in the center of Russia. It is pretty polluted with PM 2.5, PM10. So this is the dust in the easy speaking, just the dust. And the local Ministry of Nature Resources decided to develop online air quality monitoring system to understand who pollutes and to fight it. So they located 25 low-cost sensors all over the city. First of all, next to the sanitary protection zones of the industrial sites that work in the city. They monitor quite a number of pollutant parameters, as well as the meteo data, and have, just like this, the online monitoring system on your app on the mobile phone. So as a result of 3-year monitoring, they lowered pollution level. How? How they do that? How do you think? So they know where is it, who pollutes. Of course. Of course. So they start to control the pollution. What they did, they reorganized the transportation routes, right? They speak to the industries saying that you pollute, you will pay for this, or you can start investing in the modernization of your site and make it cleaner. So that's what they do. Congratulations to the Ministry of Ecology of one of the regions. Okay, another case, this is actually the largest stevedore company. They're located in the north part of the Russia, on the bank of the sea of Arctics. And there is their terminal to for the so what they decided to introduce the dust and noise dispersion control solution because they were located next to the bank of the city and the bank of the river. So they're pretty dirty, dirty enterprise. So the task was to understand whether the ecological measures they introduce are effective or not. So they put a few stations inside of the terminal where they produce their activity and a few outside of these dust and noise screens next to the city. And basically, they understood that, first of all, thanks to these screens, they lowered the pollution of the dust. And they understood that the investment projects that they did were positive and effective for them in the future. So we're trying to find today how the investments will come back to the industry. So now we are moving on, and we will talk about exactly the industrial air quality monitoring, why they do this, who tell them to do what. So in Russia, we are having really a very effective and prospective the federal project. It's called Clean Air Project. So what are the main goals of this project? 41 the dirtiest cities of Russia by 2026 should reduce the pollution of the cities by 20% in gross. How do they will do that? The measures are written on the federal law, first one for the federal budget. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So what they 1, 2, 3. It's dying. Okay. Do you hear me well if I speak like this? Register. Thank you. Спасибо большое. Into the state register. So it can check and fine you if you don't lower the pollution due to the federal state program. So what would be to the to the industry if it's not achieving the goals of the pollution. Of course, it pays fines. And now, in the second reading in the State Duma, there is a law that says that if by 2026 the first priority industrial sites in this federal state program do not achieve the lowering the air pollution, they will pay fines from the revenue, up to 5% of the revenue. This is the huge amounts. But why? Why the government is doing this? Any ideas? Why restricting it? The fines are raising. Why? Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Paid? Absolutely. Uh, Yes, it was before in Russia. Before this year, in the federal program Clean Air, just the amount of 250,000 rubles, it's approximately $250 for the entity for the identified violation of the air pollution. This is the current administrative fine. But this one, up to 5% turnover, it is a new one. It's now on the readings at the State Duma, and they will do this. But why they will do this? By the way, about the not paying. Do you see this diagram? So this is the environmental damage payment by the entities by year. This is 2021. This is 148,000 billion rubles. Billion rubles. It's $1.2 billion. Do you know what is this? I will tell you. This is one of the largest, not one, well, it's one of the top 10 largest state emergency that happened in 2021. That was the diesel fuel leakage in the river of Russia, in the center of Russia. And basically the company paid it because it was really with huge damage. And after that, companies start paying, as you may see. But again, why they do this? Why the government stricting the law, upraising the fines? Why they're doing this? I'm sure you know. What we're gonna do with all this pollution, damage already done to the planet? Mm-hmm. It's not the government what? Sorry. Mm. I will answer this. Do you remember, of course you don't, but I will come back to it once again. Do you remember one of my first slides? Yes, this one. Almost up to 50% of the economic losses of GDP caused by air pollution. So the economy and the government are losing these funds. They are losing their GDP for the further development. So they now understand that need to fight the ecological problems. First of all, the first source of fighting it is the investment modernization projects that the industry does. On other hands, these are the funds that the governments and states have to pay, for example, for the land remediation. You are going to Krasny Bor next week, right? You will see it's a huge project, huge funds, and the state needs these funds. That's why fines, that's why strict regulations. So this is basically the answer to this question. There is not the quote, but like unwritten rule in Russia, the polluter pays. So what the industries do? They would better invest into industrial projects, investment projects, and the technological modernization rather than to pay this every year. I think that's a good motivation. Okay. So, by the way, we already talk a few minutes about my last slide. So this is the statistics also from my favorite global risk report. And it says that in 2035, we will lose up to half of the global GDP if we will not start invest in remediation and the ecology and the environment. And they have calculated that the global economy worldwide should invest this sum. This is 2.7 trillion dollars all over the world into food and land and ocean use remediations, right? Infrastructure, that's where we talked about today, energy and so on. This is the green energy. We will lose the half of the economy. So, by the way, and these are the trends by the food infrastructure and energy and the transition instruments that they should produce to make the environment better. So I'm close to the end of my presentation, and I really recommend you to read, if you're interested, of course, in this topic, the Global Risk Report. The World Economic Forum publishes it every year. And the another one about the sensors, the low-cost sensors that does online air quality monitoring and water quality monitoring. And they also write how they use this data, the data sets, to forecast the ecological processes also. So please screen it. Okay. Now I'm ready to answer your questions and to talk to you, all of you. Yes, please. Thank you. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, of course. Yes, we have the energy agency that collects the ecological data on the federal level. It's Rosgidromet, the Federal Service for Hydrometeorology and Environmental Monitoring. So they really do have the agreements, and they have it's called the lake of data set about the ecology, and they putting all the data all together in United Nations, Europe, so and in Russia, of course. But people don't have in-time, real-time access to this data, because the main stations that produce air quality monitoring are manual. That's what I begin with this. Most of the stations are manual. It's laboratory analysis and writing down the data. That's why we start to develop the online air quality monitoring by, and who does this? The territorial, regional, yes, counterparties and the business itself on the sanitary zone of their enterprises. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Usually dust, right? Mm. Mm-hmm. Once I saw the real-time online air quality monitoring on the globe. It's called AQI Asia. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Gongkong's project, the social one. And it collects the data about air quality whenever is API. This is a protocol of data sending. When it is open, they just source it out themselves and they put it in the global map. It's very interesting to see. And you will see that Russia is almost empty. No online sensors, but we will fight it. By the way, we are doing it at the moment. We are working with 11 regions of Russia and we implementing inline air quality monitoring. And the next step will be with the water. We want to do the digital copy of the water sources, lakes, oceans, well, the banks of the oceans, of course. And by the way, what we also do in Rosatom, we are operator of the North Transportation Way. And we are doing the, from the satellite, the control of the icebreakers. So the ships can transport the stuff from one point to another. This is also online and satellite using instruments control. So the digital ecology is really very interesting. By the way, I saw from the list of participants that there is the person who does the digital projects. Is this person here? Let me see. Maybe this person just doesn't want to speak up and I will name it. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, but it's just would be nice to talk about this whole stuff. Maybe any other questions or thoughts that you would like to share? I'm sorry, what? Oh, maybe. Let me see. Okay, yes. Okay. How is the air quality monitoring does in your cities where you live? Yes, please. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. 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 Yes. Mm. It's interesting. And by the way, I didn't know that this only was the state projects, but the Chinese air quality monitoring system is the role model for me, because I read the scientific report on the Beijing, if I'm not mistaken. There was the 10-year analytical process when they put into the Beijing quite a lot of PM sensors for the dust, the PM 2.5, PM 10, and they collected the data and they started doing the measures to lower the PM, the dust, and this is what's, and they raised their regional domestic product by 7% in 10 years. This is wow. I like to talk about this case when I talk with the regions, and trying, well, to promote them to do the same. Thank you. Ben, thank you for your comment. So I assume no more questions. So it was really nice to talk to you and to those who is involved and is interested in this topic. This is once again my contact details. Maybe later on, if you will have questions or you would like to talk about the air quality monitoring systems in your country and in your city, I will be happy to talk to you, maybe introduce you to your, well, both government bodies, institutions, of course, also, because I think this is the university should start this, doing this analysis in the cities. And later on, both businesses and government will run after us. Thank you very much. Thanks. Would you like to take a photo with me all together? Yes? Thank you. Сделайте фотографию, пожалуйста. Мы вот здесь встанем. I think we will stand over here, and I just want to.
Background.
Yes, the background. Mhm.
I'm Sitkina Kira Sergeyevna, and today I'm speak instead of my supervisor, my teacher, Professor Babalyov. And we discuss one important issue, one important question of sustainable development. I don't think that we need to discuss definition of sustainable development, as all of you know, and not only common, but also your national definitions of sustainable development. But what I would like to say is that, as you maybe have seen or maybe yet not, but sustainable development goals, which are meant for all humanity and which each country adjust to their own needs and issues depending on their primary and main issues. They seems like not to be achieved. If you find the last report, Global Development Report, 2023, you can find that only few indicators have substantial progress. Most of them are far from achievement, and report shows that most of indicators, almost all, except two of them, are deteriorated at the period between 2020 and 2023. So we have some sufficient questions if we can achieve those goals by 2030. Yet, global community still tries and make efforts to achieve, at any case, some sustainable development goals. And the issue is that we have not much time, and we have substantial issues. As it's in as a report for global risks report for World Economic Forum. Maybe you also have seen these reports, but you can see that all the risks are ranked and developed into the groups, and you can see that environmental risk becomes more and more sufficient, take more attention, because it strongly deteriorates our nature. And if you can see, I'm the economist, and if you, as you can see, at 2 years period, at 10 years period, there is no one economic risk in these lists. Only social, geopolitical, and environmental. Yes, and environment is very strong issues. For now, it's always often and very discussable topics is climate change, and you all know about issue even more than me. But another two issues, risks and parts of which I would like to speak, and which are maybe no less important than climate change, is natural capital and its functions. You can see risk 6, it's natural resource crisis, yes, and risk 4, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. Those risks are maybe for now a bit underestimated and a bit faded into problems of climate change, but losses of biodiversity and lack of some mineral resources needed for our high-tech technology, high technologies for for those and even for ecological projects, for example, solar energy, yes, as they are not so common and not so widespread as we would like it to be. So it's a question how we can use it efficiently. First of all, I would like to speak about structure of natural capital. It's non-renewable resources, renewable resources, and ecosystem services. I think there is no questions about non-renewable and renewable resources. They are common, they are used in our industries, in our production for years and years, and we all of them know it. They are very well included and counted by economists, by economics, and they are seen by society, by prices, by markets. But ecosystem services still not. It's only about a couple of decades, maybe 3 decades, when it started, when understanding of what are ecosystem services and the researches in this area becomes an assessment, economic assessment of this ecosystem services begins. It's a new area, and it's new for economists how to involve those ecosystem services into economics, into industry, into to put prices on them, because what have no price, it's invisible for economists, for economy, for markets. And as it free and have no price, it becomes so exhausted and not valued. So that's the reason is. And functions of natural capital. Here will be some very similar definition, the structures, some functions yet. Functions. What natural capital? All natural capital, our abiotic parts of our Earth do for humanity. First, of course, as natural resources, as I've told, it's well-known science from ancient times. Land and so on, and land and labor, classic of economics. So natural resources are pretty good. It's things we can extract from nature. Foods and raw materials are also here, as far as minerals and so on. Second one, ecological functions, as we call it sometimes, and in general, it's ecosystem services. All these are services which regulate our climate, our environment, and so on and so on. Third one, it's maybe less known, but still important. It's cultural and aesthetic functions. Yes, we value nature not because we can extract some minerals, but sometimes we value our beautiful science landscapes. We like to visit seas and have a pleasure. Yes, but it's rather for for recreation. Yes, we value our nature not because of just natural resources. We have some aesthetic values in them, beautiful scapes. It's very important for native people as a place of some spiritual value, and so on, so on. That's why we should take into account those functions. And third, recreation, it's for health, for our well-being. We can't working years after years, day by day. We need we need to restore, to recreate yourself. So And the nature is one of sources to get into balance and so on. And now I would like to speak about our ecosystem services and biodiversity as a part of which is usually not included in economy. Of course, we have some industries that are based on biodiversity, based on species different. For example, it's agriculture, forestry, fishery, aquaculture, biotechnologies. They are important. Medicine in some parts of medicine, well, according to World Bank statistics, for example, agriculture, fishery, and forestry takes about 4% of global value added. Yet, as you can see from industries, it's basic industries. It's industries without which we can't live because it's our food security, national food security, our ability to live. So it's not that great part of value added, but yet it very important value added. And I think all of you heard about biodiversity losses, about some ecological problems in agriculture, and so on and so on. It's really a big problem for our Earth, for our humanity. And of course, I won't speak about efforts how to protect biodiversity, but it's there. And biodiversity also and ecosystem services which it provides. It should be speak that ecosystem services may be provided only by living biodiversity, biodiversity of present time, because we have some products of biodiversity of previous times, for example, oil and other some organic materials. But for now, all we have our climate, water, fresh soils. It's a result of those who lives now. So that's why we take ecosystem services, and it's important to take them into account, the economy, into economics, to make politics to see them. Yes. So we're trying, and it's also part of efficient use of natural capital, all of natural capital. Yes, ecosystem services is efficient part. Not. It's maybe now it's not so valued as resource function, but climate change, climate is also ecosystem. Climate regulation is also ecosystem service provided by our seas, oceans, our forests. If you remember, there was a big problem of deforestation. So nowadays it speaks a bit less, but several years ago it was a big problem of deforestation because of climate change, because of air quality regulation. So we can see, and those services, so you can see maybe different areas, natural ecosystem, protected areas. It's basic for ecosystem services. They are in full range. It's how they should be presented, how they should work. Well, those areas provides more ecosystem services at second and third, but we should keep in mind them, because urban ecosystem services, for example, one of very important is our health, including mental health. Urban green areas helps us keep our mind clean and clear. So it's important, not speaking of air quality, some temperature regulation, and so on, so on. And the ecosystem services for agriculture is also important because it's our food, and agro ecosystems are complicated and very important ecosystems because of some interactions. They influence on other ecosystem services. They produce ecosystem services. Main of them is food production, of course, but they are also taken into account. And it about classification, you can see that it's in some cases is close to national capital functions. But here we should keep in mind that those classification concerns only products of biodiversity, only ecosystem services. So provisioning services, you can see food, fiber, fresh water, it's only materials produced by biodiversity. Here will not be some mineral resources as in natural sources of natural capital, but it's production of biodiversity, provisioning functions. They are important. It's here we have timber, fiber, fresh water, and so on, things we can extract from nature. Regulating ecosystem services, they are close to ecosystem services in definition, in structure of functions of natural capital. It's all kinds of regulation, climate, quality, waste treatment, pollination, and so on, so on, so on. All that keeps our biosphere, all that makes us keep our environment, how we used to live, or temperature, climate, and so on, so on. Educational, aesthetic, and recreation, I've mentioned them, they are close to natural capital functions, they are the same. Yes, but it concerns only biodiversity. And you can see supporting functions. It's soil formation and nutrient cycling. They are, well, a bit invisible, but they allow to produce a lot of ecosystem services. And usually they are evaluated indirectly. So, and all these services, ecosystem services and natural resources, we should use very efficiently if we want to be sustainable, if we want to be more ecological and get more well-being, because efficiency means that you produce more from one unit of resource. Next slide, yes. Now you can see basic for evolution of resource efficiency. It's resource intensity. It may be counted for natural resources, all of them. Traditionally, it's mainly for mineral resources and so on, for provisioning resources. Haven't seen resource intensity for ecosystem services. They are counted in other ways. And pollution. Pollution, how much we pollute for one unit of production. We can count resource intensity on GDP. Yes, for national level. We can count resource intensity of some industry. We can count resource intensity of some particular plant or organization. We can count resource intensity for particular product or service, or particular resources. Well, you know, I think energy efficiency, and it's also one of resource intensity indicators. Yes, shows how efficiently, how well we use our energy and our other users. And in case of resource intensity, we should mention decoupling. I think, have you heard about decoupling? And well, in case when our production grows more than use of natural resources. Yes, we produce more from one unit of resource, and it's very good for sustainability. The same concerns pollution. The less we pollute for unit of production, then it's better. And those efficiency, it concerns not only ecological aspects and some social aspects. It's quite economy. Your costs are reducing if you are resource efficient, especially if it's market prices for resources. Your resource intensity, your resource efficiency means your more benefits for you, more money for for your organization, or more amount of production you can do and sell more, and so on and so on. So that's a part of economics, why we should be efficient. And second, another way to value efficiency, it's cost benefit analysis. I think traditional cost benefits analysis is well known, but if we're speaking about sustainability, we should add here environmental and social costs and benefits. Another way how to, it may be different ways for one product, for some projects, for services and so on, but you should take into account not only how much money you can get and how much money you spent on this project, but what gains and losses will be for society, for environment, because in many cases, good economic results may lead to very bad environmental consequences, and that's why Ecology don't like GDP as the indicator of economic growth and indicator of some economic achievements, because it doesn't show environmental costs and doesn't show social costs. As example, well, earthquake means growth in GDP, because we need construct new buildings, heal people who got injured, and so on and so on. It's growth of GDP, but it's not like we consider it as sustainable development. It has a controversy to sustainable development. We got environmental problems, we got distracted regions, and so on and so on. It's a really not sustainable consequences, but GDP shows growth because we need to restore all what was damaged. And if we will take into account social and environmental costs, we can see how really it was for humanity, for local communities, for countries, and so on and so on. Another what I would like to add is that we should, and maybe it's not efficiency, but we should keep in mind, if we start a project, if we start a new product, we should keep in mind a whole life cycle of this project or this product. Because, for example, electric cars, they seems to be very environmental friendly. They don't pollute air in our cities. Yet, if we consider the whole cycle of production and utilization of those electric cars, they seems to be not that environmental friendly as they can seem when you take into account only those part of its life cycle when it's used by consumer. So that's why for our students and for all audience we speaks, we ask to keep in mind all the consequences, social, economic, and environmental, at all stages of life cycle of project or product. So it allows to find out whether it will be a sustainable or not sustainable development, because if environmental and social costs overweights economic, maybe you should not take this project for realization. Maybe you should find another ways, because social costs, it's also social aspects is also important. They influence environment, they influence economy. So it's not so easy. You can just throw away some social aspects of your projects. Yet I can say that social aspects are a bit better counted in traditional economy. It's cooperative, social, and so on. It's corporate social responsibility is elder than ESG. Social aspects became taken into account a bit earlier than ecological aspects. So social benefits and costs are already in some cases into the project, and environmental is what we should take into account. Yet I would say that I can see the rise of interest to these problems and so on. And next slide, last one, it's how we can evaluate ecosystem services, because additional, it's not so easy to count efficiency of the use, because first of all, we don't know how much it costs. And usually for an ecosystem services, we can use concept of total economic value. You can see it's also, you can see a bit close to the structure of natural capital and to the structure of ecosystem services. It's kind quite close each to other concepts. So you can see use value, direct use and indirect use. And here we can see food, materials, the things we can directly consume. Food materials we can extract, transport, recreation, and tourism. We use directly, but without extraction. For river transport, sea transport, and so on, so on. Indirect use value, you can see here the ecosystem services in meaning of natural capital functions. Yes, climate change, water regulation, habitat, waste treatment. It's not clear how to extract them and how we can count them in physical amount. And very interesting part of use value is option value. It's future direct and indirect value, because we don't know how we can use the resource in the future. For example, we can find out that some little species that we consider as useless at present time maybe in future in development of science and so on, in development of technologies, it may be found out that the species has a very strong importance, I don't know, for human health, for waste treatment, and so on and so on. So we don't know now how we can use those species, resources, and so on. And they seems useless, but can be very useful in future. Usually I speak about penicillins, like bacteria that saved all many lives. We still use them, but till, if I didn't mistaken, beginning of 20th century, it was useless. It has no plan, some kind of bad thing, completely useless. Yet in 20th century, it saved a lot of lives. So that how can be understand it option value, and but usually it's some discounted value for direct and indirect use value. And non-use value, it's has a philosophical conception. It's a value of resources of or part of nature, of some area of some species. If we no matter use we them or not, we can not use them, but we are glad that this thing exists. For example, we don't use some beautiful landscape, but we glad that it exists. We want our children would see this landscape too, and it will be bequest value. And that's it's here we can speak about aesthetic and spiritual functions of ecosystems, of species, of areas. So it's also very important. I think here I will finish my lecture. If you have questions, I try to answer them. Here we are in presentation. You can see sources I have used for this lecture. You can see materials, maybe additional, if you will be interested in information. So thanks for attention, and I'll be glad to answer your questions. No questions. No questions. Well, okay. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Hope not too easy, but oh, thank you very much. I am glad I have an opportunity to meet such audience, and I'm glad to see all of you, and hope we once meet again. Thank you very much.
Добрый день. Как меня слышно?
Добрый день. Меня слышно?
Да, все отлично. Тогда ждем.
Давайте я включу презентацию, посмотрим, как там все работает.
Да, давайте.
Так, я демонстрацию экрана включаю, да?
Угу, есть. Запускается.
Так, сейчас я ее...
Да, все отлично.
Так,
Все работает.
давайте. Все листаю, да?
Всё.
Нормально.
Да, все работает. Все,
Всё,
спасибо.
отлично. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, да, ждем. Мгм.
Мгм.
Да, Леонид, мы готовы в целом. А что там, в чем сложность?
Сложность. Можно начинать, да?
Да, все, можно начинать.
Спасибо.
Yeah. So, dear colleagues, please take your seats. We continue our next presentation by Leonid Kustov.
Я говорю по-английски или по-русски?
По-английски.
Okay, thank you, dear colleagues, for your invitation to give a lecture. It is again a very good, great pleasure for me to deliver some talks at your conferences. This is my third presentation here during last 10 years, I guess. So I will talk about the application of catalytic and adsorption technologies for utilization of different wastes, gaseous, liquid, and solid, and some other environmental applications. So I will mostly use the results obtained in our own research. And sorry for some slides which are Russian. So I will start with methane, and I am not talking here about the natural gas conversion, although these technologies can be efficiently used as well for natural gas processing. I'm talking about biogas, methane mixtures, containing mixtures obtained from waste and other sources of methane. So, and I will mostly discuss the use of low temperature plasma and microwave activation, which allow to minimize the energy consumption in those processes. So they can be used for both preparation of catalytic materials and for mere processes of catalytic conversion of the gas mixtures. The advantages of microwave are very well known. Fast heating, fast cooling. Sometimes fast cooling is not less important than fast heating because the products obtained from hydrocarbons are usually more reactive than the starting materials. Therefore, fast cooling is also important. A principally different mechanism of heating allows to avoid some non-desirable expenses of energy for heating the communications and carrier gases, etc. And I will show you some other advantages in using the examples. We can consider three mechanisms of microwave activation: dipole polarization, which is usually considered when we have polar molecules like water, alcohols, and many others. Conductivity mechanism is applied when we consider carbon-based materials like coals and semiconducting materials like transition metal oxides. Maxwell-Wagner mechanism is very interesting because it can further enhance the efficiency of microwave treatment by interface polarization. So when we have a material which contains several phases, like mixed oxides, we can consider Maxwell-Wagner effect. First, a few words about methane aromatization. That's methane conversion into benzene, toluene, xylene, and naphthalene, and under microwave plasma. So here the nickel wires or supported nickel catalysts can be used. Methane conversion can reach up to 60–70%. The main product is acetylene, but the selectivity to the mixture of aromatics is up to 30% and can be further improved. But acetylene is also very important product. So if we consider different types of plasma, spark plasma is much more efficient than barrier discharge or coronaplasma. in terms of the specific input energy, providing the same level of methane conversion. You can see that the conversions up to 70% can be reached. The content of benzene is not very high, but this depends very much on the applied power or average power or pulse power, if we are talking about the pulse plasma. And the methane conversion up to 40% and maybe a little bit higher can be reached already at rather low energy applied. Here you can see the dependence of the methane conversion on the applied energy. The microwave effects in catalysis are usually considered in view of the enhancement of the activity and decrease of the reaction temperature, as well as in some cases we can enhance the selectivity toward the target products because of the lower reaction temperature. So we have a lower contribution of side reactions, which produce some tars and bulky molecules which can block the catalysts. So we have found some strict dependence of the input power required to heat the samples of the catalyst. This as a measure of heating, which we have chosen 100 degrees C. In terms of the power, you see that, of course, platinum on carbon requires much less energy as compared with palladium and titanium, although titanium is a well-known semiconductor, and much less as compared with platinum on alumina, which is an insulating carrier. And there are some dependencies on the nature of the atmosphere. So in argon, in a hydrocarbon mixture, or in hydrogen, we have a different pattern of the heating. The methane can be converted into diverse products depending on the catalyst used and on the microwave frequency and power. This is true for the purely microwave process and for microwave plasma. So we can target at synthesis gas or olefins or aromatics or maybe some other hydrocarbons or even carbon black if we need. I will continue with a few examples on oxidative coupling of methane. So this is a conversion of methane into ethane and ethylene, to a lesser extent to acetylene. So you see that some kind of perovskite type catalysts show very good conversion under mild conditions, especially under microwave conditions. You see the first line and third line are microwave. The second and fourth are thermal processes. And you see that usually the microwave process occurs at about 250 degrees lower temperatures compared with the conventional thermal heating, and reaching about the same conversion. So the product split is about the same. There are some differences, but I would not that much dwell on this difference. This similar mixed oxides can be used. This is a paper by other people. The conversion is about the same. Again, we see the effect of the microwave, decrease of the reaction temperature, and variation of the C2 product ratios. Also, some carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are formed. If we need synthesis gas, then we can use different catalysts. These are cobalt and nickel supported on oxide carriers, which are not heated that much under microwave conditions. But again, here is cobalt and nickel, which are heated, and we see the decrease of the reaction temperature as compared with the thermal process, and increase of the conversion, as well as selectivity toward carbon monoxide. Now we should switch to another gas, which is under consideration now, and this is carbon dioxide. And of course, any approaches to carbon dioxide conversion does not provide a global reduction of the heat effect and of carbon dioxide, but in any case, this is a way to demonstrate the efficiency of catalytic technologies to at least partially or locally convert carbon dioxide. So we consider this as applied to local heating capacities like energy production plants and other maybe metallurgy or chemical industry as well. So first we should consider, of course, capture of carbon dioxide, and then we should convert this captured carbon dioxide into some valuable products. And recyclization, of course, also important. And here, this is a list of most important adsorbents which can be used for CO2 capture. Of course, any of these materials have their own advantages or drawbacks, but I will show you just a few examples of the use of some of them. Ionic liquids, they can be functionalized with pending amino groups, and in principle, they work pretty well, except for pretty high viscosity in some cases, and the presence of bulky anion, which just add to the mass of the absorbent and reduces the overall mass capacity in terms of the CO2 capture. But anyway, these three, for instance, these two are most efficient, and they provide the CO2 capture at a level of about 8 to 10 weight% of CO2. Therefore, after exploring a little bit with the ionic liquids, we switch to organic amines, which can be used for preparation of support composites. And here, of course, we need as much the number of amino groups should be increased to the maximum possible. So like this one or this one, and of course the mechanism of CO2 absorption is different. Here we may have a carbonate or carbamate mechanism, but in some cases we may have a dual mechanism. So when we have primary and secondary or ternary amino groups, like in this case, we may have 2-3 different mechanisms. But we tried all of these amines, and we compared them with the conventional monoethanol amine. And of course, monoethanol amine is not acceptable, and all the companies throughout the world are trying to replace monoethyl amine for other amines or more efficient materials. Also, we tried some functional derivatives, but again, the presence of oxygen increases the weight of the amine, and although in some cases it allows to increase the capacity due to the higher concentration of these amines in aqueous solutions. So the carriers, of course, the choice of the carrier is important, and I would not say that we need something very fashionable and exotic like metal organic frameworks, although they are also not bad at all. But what we need is the large pore volume, or mesopore volume actually. Micropores are not important here. So therefore carbon materials are much less efficient as compared with mesoporous materials like silicates, polymers, or metal organic frameworks, or some other oxide materials, which have the pore volumes up to 1.3, 1.4 cubic centimeters per gram. So we used conventional silica gels, so mesoporous silica gels, and we found that absorption of CO2 proceeds very fastly. That's within 10-15 minutes. We have complete saturation of the adsorbent with carbon dioxide. Then we reach the saturation level of at about the maximum about 38%. This is about 3 times more than monoethanolamine, or maybe 2.5 times more. And depending on the type of the amine and depending on the carrier, we have a little bit, you see, different capacities. But the behavior is the same. That's immediate absorption. And then we don't need to pass carbon dioxide flow anymore. That's we need, at this point, we need to regenerate the catalyst. And absorption occurs at room temperature at 1 atmosphere, and complete desorption occurs at about 120, 130 degrees C. Also pretty fast process. So we need to consider the industrial application of these materials. Also very interesting to note that the stoichiometry of absorption of CO2 on per mole of amine is different. So you see that it may reach up to 3.6 molecules of carbon dioxide per molecule of amine. So it depends, of course, on the number of amino groups, but we can manipulate with the capacity by changing the stoichiometry of the adsorption. And finally, we can switch to metal organic frameworks, which are now well known, and we were the first who started to work in Russia with metal organic frameworks, and now I know at least 10, maybe 12 schools which are using these materials for different applications. And these are kind of organic, inorganic zeolite-like materials, and they are promising and very useful in many applications. These are 2 examples which from our synthesis. These are we tried to combine MOFs with calixarenes. So these are just 2 examples. Most perspective MOF structures should again exhibit very high pore volume. 3.6. These are almost record numbers. And the mesopores should be available. So you see that most of these materials are mesoporous. Of course, the surface area is huge. So this is not actually the surface area. This is a pore filling. This is just the value of absorbed nitrogen at low temperature. So which are the factors which determine the efficiency of carbon dioxide capture in MOFs? Of course, the presence of functional groups and their number, because, well, like amino groups and many other groups also affect the efficiency. The ratio between the metal and organic components, the length of the organic component as well. Interpenetration or catenation of the frameworks. Sometimes such an approach produces materials with 2 types of porosities: micro mesoporosities or niches, which help to enhance the chemisorption. High surface area, the presence of some other introduced components like zinc oxide or magnesium oxide maybe, And the presence of coordinatively unsaturated centers like zirconium, for instance, in UOE 66 material. So the CO2 capture capacity at room temperature and increased pressure, these are the best materials, which are quite thermally stable as well. It may reach about 25 weight%, a little bit below the value I have just shown you for supported amines. The same materials can be used for membranes, for separation of CO2 from other gases. If we have CO2 in the air or biogas, we can separate mixture by using the selectivity, which can reach up to much higher values than I can show you here. These are our results. Then we started this work in about 10 years ago, then finished about 5 years ago, and now the life is going on, and now the selectivities are much better. So you see that this polyacrylonitrile was supported ZIF-8 material, this one, zinc imidazolate, and you see that the value of the experimental selectivity increases, unlike the starting polyacrylonitrile, which is also a membrane, in the case of the supported MOF material. Also, just a side example, we can demonstrate that metal organic frameworks, which are usually prepared by solvothermal method. It takes about 50, 70, sometimes more hours, and usually we get this mass of crystals. Small ones, big ones, different shapes, different defects, and this is what we get. And if we use microwave activation for the synthesis, it takes just 15 minutes. In some cases, we observe the formation of MOFs within 2 minutes. So you can divide these two figures, and we will find 1,000 times gain in the energy consumption. And which is more important for membranes, we don't need this stuff. We need very small nanoparticles of the size about 100 nanometers or below. So this is just one of the examples, and we have more examples. Then we use these mixed matrix membranes to separate different gases. Here is CO2 methane, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, methane. All these mixtures are very important, and there is a strong need in separation of these materials. But usually the Robson dependence, this is the line which limits the dependence of the selectivity versus the penetrability. So all the experimental points from more than 1,000 papers lie below this critical curve, and only a few points reported in our paper. Here is in Journal of Membrane Science. You see for different mixtures are trespassing this magic curve, so we can be proud of this. These are again the separation. I will not that much dwell on this application. Just we can switch to conversion, CO2 conversion. Of course, this is a problem because we need at least 95 kilocalories per mole of CO2 in order to convert it into something, at least to CO, much less, but to complex organic molecules, we need that much. So we tried to use microwave activation in situ for these catalytic processes. We realize this process under supercritical conditions because carbon dioxide is well known as a very good supercritical fluid. And also, we should try to use catalysts containing no noble metals in order to make them cheap and accessible. Just one example, this is a kind of biogas, methane plus CO2 in proportion 1:1, and we can obtain synthesis gas. Usually, in dry reforming, nickel catalysts are used, and their major drawback is two major drawbacks, actually. First, extremely high temperatures, about 900 degrees C. And second, accumulation of coke. They deactivate very quickly. So within, you see that. For instance, this is example, methane and CO2 conversion drop down to some low level within 5-6 hours under thermal conditions. Then if we, at this point, switch the microwave mode of operation, first, we decrease the temperature, and second, we observe regeneration, in situ regeneration in the reaction mixture. So this is an example, and you see that coke, accumulated coke, is removed. Here is thermal, and here is microwave, the blue one. So it is accumulated in the thermal mode, but it is removed on the microwave mode. These are two different catalysts with different figures. So what are the products, dream products that we can obtain? First, of course, as the first example, carbon monoxide, which can be used in downstream for other applications, for other reactions. Methane is, as strange it may seem, is also important problem because product because you say then we burn methane to produce again the same amount of CO2. What the sense of doing this cyclic release of carbon dioxide? But if you have cheap and extra energy, for instance, in the night, you produce energy with the same rate as in the daytime, but you do not consume that much the electric energy in the nighttime. Now, if you have some extra energy produced from burners or from solar cells, you cannot accumulate this energy. You should either transfer it to the users, or you should accumulate, or you should somehow use it. So one of the examples is to use it to convert CO2, which can be produced by the same burners, into methane. Then methane is accumulated, and then on your desire, you can spend it, or you can burn it, and you can do what you like to do. Then, of course, methanol is product number one, which is considered now on a commercial scale. Other hydrocarbons, maybe olefins, carbonates, not only this one, but many others, aldehydes and carboxylic, especially carboxylic acids. I will not that much show you all of these examples, but just a few. Oxalic acid is important product, but here there are some problems. And it can be further converted into ethylene glycol, for instance, and many others. The thermodynamics, these are the limitations. So you see that except for methane conversion, other processes require some energy. And these are the old processes, synthesis of organic carbonates, salicylic acid, urea, and soda. But the new perspective processes are methanol synthesis, production of olefins, alcohols, hydrocarbons, carboxylation, carbonates, aldehydes, oxalic acid, acrylic acid, and many others. Again, microwave. These are I had to show you this before, but these are what we used in our research. 2 units, both of them are with unusual frequency, 4 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz. But believe me, the efficiency of heating depends on the square of the frequency. So if everybody works with 2.45 gigahertz, then by using 6 gigahertz, we gain many times. And therefore, we can use much lower input powers, not 1000 watts as in commercial microwave units, but just up to 50 watts maybe. So these are 2 reactions, production of methane and production of CO, and you see that different materials behave pretty much different. This guy, this is intermetallide, which produces, it exhibits very high, extremely high CO2 conversion at a very pretty low temperature. But it produces mainly methane. The selectivity to carbon monoxide is low, but it can be used, as I said, in some other applications. Whereas these 3 materials behave pretty much similar. They produce mostly methane, and iron, which is the cheapest among these 3, is the best one in terms of the selectivity. So I will skip a couple of these. Nickel also behave pretty much better than many others, and comparable to rhodium, for instance. So the effects which have been then demonstrated is the increase of the activity and decrease of the reaction temperature, and increase of the selectivity to the target products. So I will show you this again with these 3 materials. We in the hydrogenation mode, CO2 hydrogenation mode, we measure the density of power and the strength, and found again the same difference. That's platinum on carbon requires much less energy as compared with platinum on titanium and platinum on aluminum, and the picture is about the same. So the catalysts work pretty much the same, and this is the examples not in the microwave but in supercritical CO2, and we again used gold nickel catalysts and a little bit with ruthenium, and we found that 2 or 3 catalysts are pretty good, and they are quite stable. For the rhenium one showed the best results with CO2 conversion, but here the selectivity to CO, there was 50-50 split between CO and methane. So we abandoned this catalyst and we switched to modification of iron catalysts. So iron shows very good conversion and CO formation, unlike cobalt or nickel, which produce mostly methane, like in this case, nickel, and cobalt in this case. Copper is not bad as compared with iron, but iron, of course, looks much prettier as compared with copper. Then we found a quite unusual effect of extremely low loading of potassium to the iron catalyst. So the activity increases about almost 2 times with 0.1 weight% potassium loaded to the catalyst, and then it stabilizes but still high as compared with the starting point. Then if we take iron catalyst and we start to modify it with a second metal, like zinc, cobalt, copper, nickel, we found in all these cases, we found an initial increase of the activity as compared with the starting material, which exhibits this point. without the second metal. And then, of course, the best results were found with nickel, as you can judge by comparing the figures. 86, this is the rate of the reaction. And cobalt and copper are a little bit inferior, but nickel and cobalt, as I already said, demonstrate mostly methane conversion, but here we also observe the formation of C2 plus products like olefins, and therefore iron zinc is the most interesting composition. So of course the temperature affects the activity and the selectivity. I will not that much demonstrate this and comment on these performances because I have too many slides to show. And then these are the best materials for methanol synthesis. You see that the selectivity to methanol can be kept at the level of 100% in the wide temperature ranges. So the reaction starts at about 180, and then the selectivity is kept until 300. And zirconia dioxide as a carrier for iron demonstrate the best performance, and aluminum is the second one. Then titanium and carbon. The carbon is this is pure zirconia, and this one is zirconia with lanthanum additives. You see the dramatic difference. And the productivity. This is the number of the amount of methanol produced by the same amount of catalyst per hour. So the maximum reaches about 0.6 for modified zirconia, iron on zirconia. You see this upper level. But this can be further improved by adding potassium, as we already know. Therefore, we observe such an increase of the conversion up to 40–45% in some cases, and further increase of the selectivity in terms of the widening of the temperature range both to lower temperatures. Now we have activity at about 100 degrees C already, and the selectivity started to decrease at about 400 degrees C. So what are the advantages of the supercritical conditions for this reaction? First, we can increase by 1 order of the magnitude the productivity. So we have about 2 grams of methanol per gram of the catalyst per hour. For comparison, the best data in the literature show under supercritical conditions demonstrate 0.2, 0.4 grams per gram per hour. So you see the difference. And again, we do not see any deactivation of the catalyst because the heavier products just are removed, washed out from the catalyst during the process in situ regeneration. The pressure effect is demonstrated here. You see that 50 and 75 drastic difference, about 2 times increase of the productivity up to 1.4, maybe higher. It depends on the catalyst. The selectivity also increases a little bit. And then we may consider some other reactions. Carbonates. This is the example of carbonate produced from glycerol. Glycerol also a kind of a waste product, but it's not a waste, but we can consider it as, because this is a very cheap product. We can produce carbonates, but similarly, we can take methanol with dioxide, that it will produce dimethyl carbonate. Similarly, very similar thermodynamics, very similar catalyst, very similar reactions. From the literature, the yields are extremely low, 1 or 2%, because of the thermodynamics is prohibitive. That's 130 delta G is plus 45 kilojoules per mole. It's extremely high. But we can a little bit do a magic about the catalyst by adding a little bit of copper, a little bit of zinc, a little bit of potassium, then afterwards a little bit of boron, and finally we are lucky with the yield which reaches up to 17% within 4 hours of the reaction. Then the selectivity is pretty high, close to 100%. The major problem of this reaction is water, so we need to remove water during the process. Then carboxylic acids. Then what we can do with CO2, how we can convert them into the carboxylic acids. This is a very simple example. We take some silver nanoparticles or some salts or some other materials containing silver, or in some cases copper. I will show you the example. Then we have the acetylenic molecule, which, as we know, demonstrate very strong CH acidity. And then we have insertion of CO2 molecule into this bond, and we finally got the product, carboxylic acid. The conditions are very mild, 50 degrees C, the pressure is not very high. Of course, it takes some time. Maybe now we have about 1-2 hours, but still we need some time. And we need some basic additives in order to activate the acetylenic molecule, and the yields finally grow up to, well, 60-70%, and very low loading of silver can be used here. A little bit more complex molecule containing a functional group nearby. So we were afraid that this hydroxyl group will interfere to the reaction, but not that much. And we found the product with very good selectivity of 95%. The yield is about 20%, about the same catalyst. Even more complicated molecule. We have 2 products depending on the conditions and the nature of the basic molecule we use, DAPCO or DBU, or the reaction temperature. We have selectively 2 different products, and they was isolated yields up to 60%. So this is an example of copper nanoparticles. Were being supported on a carrier here with no catalyst reaction also occurs, but produces very little of the product. When we have the carriers like alumina, carbon, graphite, CO2, TO2, and many others, we have different patterns. So the best one is copper nanoparticles on alumina, which provide almost quantitative yield of this product. And this part can be varied. So this is just one of the examples. We can produce derivatives of propiolic acid of different structures. Tandem reactions of carbon dioxide. So if we learned that how we can produce carbon monoxide, then we can try under the same conditions to produce some molecules other than carbon monoxide, like Fischer-Tropsch synthesis to higher hydrocarbons or hydroformylation into aldehydes. So the first stage is in both cases is the same. We just supply a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen. But in this case, we also add olefin, like ethylene or propylene. And you see that this is a cobalt catalyst. Both conventional catalyst and metal organic framework, they demonstrate pretty good activity. And MOF is much more active as compared with aluminum-supported material, and it provides a little bit better selectivity to C5 products. But in any case, this tandem reactions occurs under the same temperature, under the same pressure, and that's we analyze the final products containing hydrocarbons, unreacted CO, water, and hydrogen. With hydroformylation, we have a maximum at about 230 degrees. The conversion further increases, but the desirable products are formed in this intermediate region. So we cannot that much increase up to 230 degrees C. And the conversion is about 30%. Another example is in situ methanol conversions. Suppose you don't need methanol, you need olefins. Therefore, by adding another component or supporting the same components on appropriate materials, this is silicon aluminum phosphate with mesoporous, certain microporous materials, medium range, you produce not methanol, but rather a mixture of olefins. So the yield of olefins is about 20%, and you have about the equivalent mixture of ethylene and propylene. And you see that the catalyst is very cheap, copper and zinc, nothing more. SAPO 35 is easily produced. This is the topic of a different lecture, but now we produce SAPO 34 by microwave. Again, it takes about 1 hour, not 100 hours. One more illustration of the use of carbon dioxide as an oxidant in this case, but also it is an illustration of CO2 conversion. We take propane, we take CO2, and we produce propylene and carbon monoxide from these two cheap raw materials. The conversion may reach 60–70%, but unfortunately we still need quite high temperatures. The selectivity can be as high as 80%, but we are trying to further improve this parameter. And the catalyst is also very, very cheap. Chromium on silica or gallium on silica, for instance, also shows about the same performance. So this is a formic acid synthesis under supercritical conditions. Again, we have supercritical CO2 with diluted hydrogen, and we found formic acid. And depending on the mixture of a solvent, the best choice is supercritical CO2 with methanol, and it's possible to reach a very high TOF values. Now a few words about volatile organic compounds, VOC, which should be removed from the air, for instance, or from exhaust gases of heat plants, maybe from exhausts of cars, but the approaches should be different a little bit. So I will talk about removal by adsorption or oxidation. For adsorption, we used carbons, materials, zeolites, oxide materials, mesoporous materials, metal organic frameworks, and many others. So it should demonstrate, well, rather high absorption capacity, at least 15 weight%, desirably up to 30 weight%. At room temperature or maybe a little bit elevated temperature, it should be capable of holding the adsorbed VOC up to, well, 100 degrees C, say. Then it should be capable of desorbing CO2 completely under the same conditions at higher temperature. It should be regenerable, very cheap, tolerant to water vapor, which is extremely important because all the exhausts containing VOCs contain also water. And So we can use zeolites, we can use mesopores, we can use carbons, we can use MOFs. These are two examples of those. Different, of course, VOCs are different. They can be toluene, ethanol, amines, sulfur compounds, but in general, the capacity at room temperature for MOFs can be as high as 38%. And in the case of NO, nitrogen monoxide, the capacity may be up to 28%, but this is 7 times higher as compared with many zeolite materials. So selective adsorbents for sulfur compounds, dimethyl disulfide, mercaptanes, MOF adsorbents for CO2 we already considered, VOCs and NO, and many others. So now I should talk about VOC oxidation. Most of the VOCs should be oxidized and may be oxidized. Here we consider toluene, amines, sulfides, and chlorinated compounds. And we can use very low-loaded noble metals like gold or platinum or rhodium, but the loading is extremely low, below 0.1 weight%. Or we can use mixed oxides like perovskites or spinels, which can be used for oxidation. Methanol mild oxidation, well, occurs pretty good. At 100 degrees, it works not quite stable, but at 110, 120 degrees, it works pretty well. You see the performance is very good. Normal butane as a demonstration of VOCs. We can use platinum catalyst here, and this is a it's not shown here, but believe me, these are platinum on zirconia, number 1. Then we added some acidic additives. 2, 3, and 4, and 5 are the same catalyst with acidic additives. And you see that we have a shift of the conversion curve by about 140 degrees to lower temperatures. So butane start to burn to CO2 and water already at 150 degrees C. So this works pretty well. Then we can switch to sulfur compounds, and we compare different sulfur compounds, and you see that the starting content of sulfur compounds is about 1000 ppm. And after the catalyst, we measure the remaining content of this sulfur compound, which is below 2-3 ppm in most cases. And we compare this with methanol and dimethyl ether. So with these two, we have complete removal of sulfur compounds from the air at about 300 degrees C. With toluene, we use supported perovskites, lanthanum cobaltite on zirconia. And you see that, well, in principle, removal of toluene occurs already at room temperature, but this is the adsorption mechanism. And then it starts to dissolve, but the catalytic oxidation starts later, about 100. So at this point, we start the oxidation. So the best to do the best way, we need to heat up to 150 or maybe 200 degrees C. And we are lucky that the make of CO is minimized to 0, absolute 0. So you see the only product is CO2. Ethanol can be easily oxidized, and again we observe the same mechanism. First adsorption and then oxidation. A little bit of CO is maybe 1-2 ppm maximum, and a bit of aldehyde as well. And we can compare perovskite and rhodium alumina catalyst, rhodium gold catalyst, and you see that we have here a little bit more carbon monoxide as compared with perovskites, but more efficient removal at lower temperatures. Again, back to sulfur, and we've tried to find this stable conditions for utilization of the catalyst, and it works pretty stable at 290 degrees C. At 150, it doesn't. I don't like this shape of the curve. So the mercaptan, again, 240 degrees, quite stable activity. The complete removal of mercaptan and SO2 is formed as the only product. So you see that below 1 ppm, the remaining content of mercaptan. Amine, the amine can be oxidized in a wide temperature range from 270 to 180. It worked pretty stable. The efficiency of removal is 100%. And again, we have nothing of the amine at the end, only CO2. And now I can switch to renewables. I hope I have a few, maybe 10-15 minutes more. And renewables is, of course, a mixture of carbohydrates, lignin, and a little bit of other molecules like vegetable oil or other extracts, whatever possible to obtain. But you know that this is a huge amount. So even this piece of the pie is huge. So what are our endeavors in renewables conversion? First, we tried to play with glycerol. Well, glycerol, as I mentioned already, is a cheap raw material. It's not a waste, but it is very cheap. Actually, cheaper than propanol, as you know, or you may not know, but believe me. Therefore, we tried to convert glycerol to propane diols or propanol, which are much more expensive than the starting material. Then glycerol can serve as a model for higher polyols like sorbitol and mannitol. Therefore, we played with glycerol as a model to develop the catalyst, which can be further used for sorbitol or mannitol conversion. So with glycerol, we also tried oxidation into acrylics, pretty good, or oxidation to lactic acid, also pretty good. But I already discussed this in my previous talk last year, I guess. So I will not that much dwell on that. Reforming of glycerol, sorbitol, and mannitol, and lignocellulosic. This is what I'm talking about today. Transalkylation or methanolysis of triglycerides I will not consider today, but we also worked in this direction. Dissolution or conversion of lignocellulosic under supercritical conditions. This is work jointly done with Professor Victor Bogdan, so you can address himself, and he will give you more examples. And conversion on the microwave, water reforming on sorbitol of mannitol to produce hydrogen. This is the desirable product. And ethanolysis of vegetable oil and via metathesis mechanism, and other platform chemicals conversion. So a few examples from glycerol, just maybe one example, glycerol conversion to either propanols with the conversion of 100%, The yield of these two is about 94%. The rest are propandiols actually, so not that bad actually. And we use moderate temperatures and pressures for this process. And the catalysts are pretty cheap. Nickel, well, except for tungsten, we can also use molybdenum. Titania, zirconia, nickel, and molybdenum. Well, ethers. We can produce ethers by esterification of glycerol with olefins. And all these ethers, especially this one, can be used as octane boosters for gasoline. And again, the catalyst is not very expensive. A rare earth on a zeolite, and the temperature is low and conversion is high. Then this is reforming sorbitol or xylitol, which can be produced on industrial scale with a huge amount. Can be converted to hydrogen and CO, but finally, by adding water, we can convert into hydrogen and CO2, which can be easily separated. So the bulk reaction is like this. And this was first proposed by Jim Dimesic, but we also played with this reaction and found that it depends on very much on the conditions, on the space velocity, and on the temperature, of course. So well, the yield of hydrogen is 15%, but this is the weight. This is the weight basis. If we calculate into the volume basis, it will be number one as compared with CO2. Well, xylitol and sorbitol behave similarly, but there are some differences. First, xylitol works more efficiently at lower space velocities, and the conversion behaves like this. Whereas in this case, we have almost a linear dependence of the conversion versus the space velocity. And the selectivity is the highest in the case of xylitol. Here we have pure hydrogen, which can be separated from the gas mixture at the outlet. Here we have a mixture of CO2, hydrogen, and water. Now I will switch to iron nanoparticles, which can also be used for remediation. And it is well known for more than a decade. And first, they were used for removal of chlorinated compounds like perchloroethylene or perchlorbiphenyl, which are very harmful, as you know. Arsenic, chromium, and other ecotoxicants can be also reduced in the water and soil. And the most efficient are, well, iron itself is also efficient, but it is consumed and cannot be used in barrier filters, unlike palladium iron particles. And we found a good precursor which produces very fine and uniformly distributed iron particles. So the preparation is very easy. So we can either use sodium borohydride, or we can use hydrogen for reduction, or we can use other approaches, but there are many commercial products. Usually they have the size of about 70 nanometers, but we prefer to use with smaller particles of about 10 nanometer size. So these are literature data about tetrachloroethylene. So it is removed in the water by using nano-zero valent iron particles with some modifications. Depending on the concentration, the removal of arsenic is also efficient. almost 100% of arsenic is removed. And then chromium removal. This is carboxymethyl cellulose is used as a carrier. So you see the efficiency is much better as compared with pure iron. Your favorite humic acids are here. So again, you see that very efficient removal of chromium is observed. And we tried very conventional carriers and found that carbon-based, alumina-based, with different surface areas are not that much efficient, but silica is good. So we tried to support iron nanoparticles, iron palladium nanoparticles on silica, and we used them in as a filters, barrier filters, and you see that the stability of the material is extremely high, about 200 days. So this is, I guess, this is 2-chlorobiphenyl was used as a model, not perchlorobiphenyl, but 2-chlorobiphenyl. Then we have other carbon-containing solid waste, which can be converted, like spent carbon materials or brown coal or turf or asphaltenes, woodroms, or polymeric waste or solid municipal waste. But there are some ways of their conversion. So this is lignin, is one of the hard to utilize materials, and cellulose is much easier, and it can be easily converted by using ionic liquids and microwave. Within 8 minutes, you have the yield of glucose about 37%. I guess this figure can be easily improved by changing the composition of the catalytic material. With cellulose, it's not much easier. With lignin, not much easier than with cellulose. So we use iron or nickel or copper on lignin, that's salts of iron or copper supported on lignin as a catalytic material. And we have CO2 flow through this mixture. And we found that the conversion, the yield of hydrogen increases with temperature, while the yield of CO is reduces to about 30%, depending on the temperature. In any case, this is the way illustration of gasification of lignin. As an ash, at the end of the reaction, we have just iron oxides like magnetite or magnemite, which can be further added to the next portion of lignin. Lignin by oxidation as well can be also converted into synthesis gas. Although it looks like oxidation and hydrogen at the end are not compatible, but believe me, this works pretty well. So the composition of the catalyst is pretty difficult. Molybdenum, vanadium, tellurium, a little bit of other metals added, and we found that within 28 minutes, the conversion of oxygen is pretty high, and the selectivity to hydrogen is about 50%. The rest is carbon monoxide, with the ratio about close to 1. So we, unlike the literature data, we have decrease of the temperature of the reaction by about 150 degrees C and about 2 times increase of the productivity compared with other systems. And then energy consumption can be reduced by at least 50% as compared with the thermal process. Also, some phenols can be produced, or hydrocarbons can be produced from lignin by hydrocracking using platinum catalyst. And we compared 2 catalysts produced by precipitation or by absorption. of precursors. And we found that the lignin conversion can be as high as 30 degrees, with half of the products being hydrocarbons, C6C8. This is gasoline range hydrocarbons. And the others are a split of phenols and aromatics like ethylbenzene or methylethylbenzene, butylbenzene, and some unidentified products. So again, we have a decrease of the reaction temperature and energy gain by about 50%. And if we take just brown coal or any kind of coal or any kind of carbon-containing material, maybe polymeric wastes, and we perform dry reforming, so we just have a solid a solid with supported iron or nickel or copper in the reactor, and we purge the flow of carbon dioxide through this solid material, and we obtain carbon monoxide. The reaction temperature is pretty high. That's initially thermally it proceeds like that. Is the lower curve about 950 degrees, but with microwave mode of operation at iron additive, we have a gain of the temperature is reduced to about 750 degrees C, and the CO2 conversion is about 100%. Well, I must say that copper is not that much good as compared with iron and nickel, but these two guys are pretty good. So again, we have again in the temperature and energy consumption as compared with thermal processes. And the final slide, I guess, I hope, is asphaltenes conversion. Asphaltenes or hydrones can be converted by using very simple catalysts into gasoline. The gasoline fraction can reach up to 90% using cobalt nanoparticles on alumina or nickel particles on non-alumina. And it resembles a little bit lignin, but it contains more nitrogen cycles, which should be denitrified and removed by sulfur and nitrogen should be removed from the product. So you see that the worst case is palladium catalyst. It's strange, but this catalyst is poisoned by sulfur and nitrogen compounds, which are formed during the process, unlike nickel or cobalt catalysts. So this is the last slide. Now there are some conclusions. I would not that much read all of them, but I hope I tried to demonstrate some new approaches to the conversion and utilization of waste by using microwave supercritical cheap metal nanoparticles and combination of catalysis and adsorption. Thank you very much for your attention. No questions? Okay, I understood. Lunchtime.
Okay. So today I would like to talk with you about the problems of plastics and microplastics and about the approaches to the solution of this big problem. The problem deals first of all with the application of plastic goods each day. And especially we are talking about the problems concerning the use of bags and bottles. And actually, probably you also know the volumes of accumulated waste of bags, plastic bags, close to 1 trillion bags annually. But during the COVID pandemic, it became clear that not only the bottles and bags compose the problem of the plastic accumulation, because also different types of gloves, containers, syringes, and so on and so on. So were accumulated around the cities, and moreover, all these plastics were in mixture. That is a problem. And I would like to draw your attention to this picture. Do you see the mouse? So because of sometimes all these wastes are accumulated not far from the water sources. But that is a very important moment. And I will discuss this situation a little bit further. So, okay, if we have a lot of plastic waste, so we can try to solve this problem by two different ways. The first way is the collection of these plastic wastes, separate them from other types of waste, and after that try to conform or transform and make a conversion of these plastics to some very important goods. And of course, fuel for us is important good. And such processes can be quick enough, but very, very expensive because of all of them should use high temperatures and high pressure. So we can organize such processes only in special metal-consuming reactors on a territory of big enterprises. And we need in some special transportation means which provide us each day with enough amounts of the plastic waste as initial in material for the treatment and obtaining of some commercially available goods. From other side, we can collect this plastic waste and expect that we can initiate the biodegradation of this waste. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that actually the degradation of plastics we name like biodegradation because of some non-biotic, abiotic even factors like sunlight, like water, can participate in the destruction of these plastics in a part to some living organisms, first of all, microorganisms. So all these processes which we conduct and organize under the environmental conditions are very long. We know that. But they are cheap. And happened under the environmental conditions without any our participations. So the money rules the world. But nevertheless, if you would like to collect some plastic waste, for example, coming from some enterprises producing some goods from the plastic materials, And we would like to collect all the residues and to treat them. So the pyrolysis and the thermal depolymerization, two main processes, can be applied for these purposes. So pyrolysis, we can conduct at the temperature close to, which you see here, in complete absence of the oxygen. And so we also need to, first of all, to cut the waste into small pieces and dry them. And for both of these processes, we need in high energy, because you know that not all plastic materials we can easily cut. Sometimes it is necessary to use freezing before the cutting of this material. And this is also, so we need in energy. And after that, we need to remove the residues of water, so to dry these plastic materials, and only after that to start to conduct this process. And you can see here the chambers used for the pyrolysis treatment and some enterprises existing in Russia. So generally, if you have such huge mass of already cut waste or cut waste, so you can load all these particles into the reactor, and after that provide this process. But at the end of this process, we always have three main products. First one is oil. You can see samples of it here. Next one is ash, or really coal, and fluidizing gas with high temperature, which we can use by the loop of this process to heat entered into the reactor the mass of the plastic. But you understand that we cannot use same gas a lot of times, because we will have accumulation of this gas as a final product. Also, in time to time, we need to spend this gas outside under the environmental control, of course. And additionally, I would like to say that we can obtain up to 700 milliliters from 1 kilogram of such plastic waste by this process. And actually, it looks very good because of such plastic fuel. What is it? Is characterized by this content, and inside of it you can see three main fractions: naphtha, kerosene, and diesel, in ratio close to 20, 60, 20. So it's good because we can separate these fractions and obtain good enough fuel, but with, believe me, terrible smell. Nevertheless, this fuel have no such problem with corrosion as compared to the biodiesel, first moment. And second one, we do not need in some modifications of agents as compared to the use of biodiesel, but we have problems because we have three main products: fuel, but a lot of gases, and we have solids, ash and coal, but gases, that is a problem. And of course, we should spend a lot of energy to produce this main product interesting for us like fuel. Nevertheless, we can discuss the next process, thermal depolymerization, which we also can apply for the treatment of bulk plastic mass. And in this case, we do not need to remove some residues of water, because we should spend this process in two separate reactions. Two separate reactors. using different conditions, temperature, different conditions. And also, finally, we can obtain like crude oil. Interesting that in this case, we will have presumably the main content inside of this fuel, hydrocarbons with a maximum length of around 18 carbon atoms. It's interesting. It's interesting. And moreover, this process is attractive because some specialists compare it with natural conditions and consider that it mimics the natural geological processes involved in the production of fossil fuel. So, as I already said, in this case, we need two metal-consuming reactors. At first one, we can obtain steam in presence of water at the temperature 250 and the high pressure. But after that, we should make some transportation of this big mass to another reactor, and also at the temperature close to those which we use for the pyrolysis, we can conduct the second stage of transformation of this plastic into the final oil. And after that, we need in the purification of this oil, if you would like to do that. And one another attractive moment in this approach of the plastic treatment, that we can use already well-known processes which are widely used for the treating of conventional oil. So several very attractive things. But additionally to all these advantages of both these processes, I mean pyrolysis and thermal decomposition, so we have another one, because using these high temperatures, we can kill all viruses, microbial pathogens and prions even. And moreover, we can destruct even some toxic compounds present on the surface of this plastic. It was especially important during the pandemic. So by using this approach for the treatment. And moreover, we can use the fuel, and fuel will provide us some covering of our energy costs and so on and so on. It looks very attractive. But we obtain not only the oil, we obtain also the gases, the solids, and the water in some cases. And interesting that directly in the case of thermal depolymerization, we can go to the mixing of different types of materials. And you can see here how many oil from the in percentage from the total volume of products we can obtain in case of treating plastic bottles, some medical waste, tires. No, and as compared to these sources, I put the information concerning the possible treatment of sewage sludge and cellulose by this method. And you can see that in this case, we have no big profit in using this approach for the treatment of such waste. So, but in case of plastic bottles and medical waste, actually the results are good enough. But I would like you to see these pictures, because in many countries we have the following situation talking about the tires. This is a problem, real problem all over the world. And in many cases, look here, so that is a tradition to put all tires on a bank of some water sources. And if we are talking about the rules of treatment and discussing the percentage of treated materials. So I would like to show you this picture from which you can see that the plastic waste, like, and even tires, compose together no more than 30% of the treated materials in general. And here you can see the structure of these materials which are treated by these ways. So actually, polyethylene, this is the most appropriate material which can be treated by the pyrolysis or thermal depolymerization. In all other cases, we have no now chance for the discussion that we are that we treat these materials very actively. So that is a tradition. Because of money, of course, we should spend a lot of energy, so a lot of money to conduct such conversion, to organize the presence of working enterprises. We should provide some special regular transportation of these plastic waste to the place where we can treat them. And of course, we need in some special places for the regular storage of initial materials which we would like to treat. So actually, initially, we also need to think about the mixtures of those materials which we would like to treat. And in this case, you certainly understand that varying the initial content of the mass, plastic mass, which we would like to treat, we will always have some variations in the results obtained and characteristics of oil. You certainly also know about the big island in the Pacific Ocean, composed by the trillion pieces of plastic. And usually United States of America use this approach for the solution of the problem concerning the plastics. So they use the dumping approach as a dumping and storage of all these wastes in the water under the sunlight. I already said to you previous time that sometimes I look to see at some pictures because here you can see the presence of sun, and that is a very important thing also. But nevertheless, you can see after all the content of the plastic mass, which can be observed here in the ocean. So close to the 50% of this plastic are in form of big pieces, and only 8% of these plastics is in form of microplastic particles. So further, we will go to the discussion of the problem of microplastics, and you can say me, so dear Yelena, you can see only 8% of microplastic we have. So what is the problem? But we have the problem, and I will explain you why. So again and again, I would like to say that many countries, believe me, in Russia, in Azerbaijan, in Kazakhstan, I certainly know that by my experience. So the people prefer not to recycle tires, but put them into the water. And after that, after some storage time, the people expect to have some their degradation. But, you know, the idea also the following, to accelerate the degradation in many companies. Now, the specialists suggest to use batteries. So with some additions of biodegradable plastics, to accelerate the process of the biodegradation under environmental conditions. And this idea is not new, because probably you do not know, but Henry Ford many years ago suggested to use as a composite bumper with the additions of soil materials. And you can see here the demonstration of the strength of such bumper and so on and so on. And now many companies are involved in the production of some materials for the cars, which contain not regular but biodegradable plastics. So that is some kind of current model of actions in these companies. Nevertheless, so there are several main initial ideas concerning the possible degradation of plastics under the environmental conditions. So by using the environmental conditions, we are standing close to nature. So this is a good idea. Moreover, we can use the microorganisms which present outside environment, which can help us to destruct all compounds into carbon dioxide and water. So catalyzing mineralization, also good idea. That is why we observe the presence of plastic and tires in water sources. And after that, also, we do not need, in addition of water, like during the thermal depolymerization process, we can put all this waste into water without any additives and use the natural conditions. So I would like to say a few words concerning the mechanisms of degradation. So you can see here that in any cases of using monomers inside of the polymers, in the presence of water, we can have finally the appearance of products, and the organic acids will certainly be one of the appeared product in any cases which we would like to organize or to use in our biodegradation of plastics. So we can use different polymers, but in each time we will have appearance of organic acids. It means that if we have a bulk of different plastics in water sources, so, and in each time we have, as a result of weak acidic hydrolysis of these polymers, the appearance of the organic acids, so we will have the decrease in pH. So if you would like to use microorganisms, so we certainly will should think about that, because we will have the decrease in pH and the inhibition of the processes of the biodegradation we will certainly observe. So actually, under natural conditions, the process of the degradation of polymers, we can divide into 4 main steps. First one is water sorption by the plastic material. Next one, the decrease in the mechanical properties or strengths, and decrease in molar mass. And the fourth step is the loss of the weight of the plastic material, which we would like to degrade. So, but usually the decrease in molar mass and weight loss, usually they are present in parallel. So if we will analyze the degradation mechanism, believe me that, of course, we will see that some polymers, due to their structure, can be degraded quicker or slower. And you can see here the preference, but I repeat again that in presence of water, we will always have the appearance of organic acids. But under the natural conditions, we have this chemical hydrolysis provoked by the water only at the first plan, but enzymatic degradation and microbial degradation under the action of different enzymes and microorganisms in the presence of chemical hydrolysis will be at the second and third places. So under environmental conditions, we have three main stages of the plastic degradation. And so here you can see the main arguments of those specialists who recommend to use the water sources, natural water sources, for the storage and the polymerization of the plastic materials. So depending on the structure, so different plastic materials can degrade by two main ways. So the first way is the surface erosion. And you can see here the visualization of this process when some water ingress into the bulk of this polymer from the surface, and time to time you can see that the process of degradation is slow enough. And in mass, we have slow reduce of the total mass of this material. But another way, so that is the ingression of the water in total bulk of the polymer material. And after that, we can observe the fast degradation of general material, and that is a source of appearance of microplastics. And for many years, we were very glad when we saw such degradation of bottles, and we clapped our hands when we saw the disappearance of this bottle, for example, in the soil. But that is directly this way and appearance of microplastics. And that means that is a pollution. So from the, I go back. So from the pollution, this way is bad because of we have microplastics after all. This way is better because it is slow, but it works. So the next problem with microplastics, because of the scientists recommended to conduct the degradation of the plastics directly in the water sources, because of, in this case, we have the acceleration of the degradation, so a disappearance of some plastics. So after all, we have some small microparticles of these plastics in the water. So we have evaporation under the environmental conditions. And after that, we can observe the movement of this mass of with the wind of this air to other places, and precipitations and appearance of some microplastics in absolutely other places far away from those where we have some plastic degradation. Same situation we have also in the soil, because you understand that soil also contains some humidity, and we have also broken plastics, especially if we put this plastic into the soil and so on with some particles of water. But the main reason is the presence of the waste in the water. So transportation with the dust. And 2 years ago in China, the specialist analyzed the reason of the smoke. Time to time appeared in the country, and as you can see here, they analyzed a lot of different factors and try to follow by these main reactions and to estimate what is the main reason of appearance of this smoke. So, of course, probably some greenhouse effect or something like that by some gases. And so that is why they, for some period of time, analyze very deeply the concentrations of different parameters and one parameter. So this is some particles. Actually was very interesting. And look here, it appeared. So initially they decided that probably that is sand dust. But finally it appeared that they have a contact with organic matter. So a lot of organic particles appeared in the frame of aerosol 2 years ago during these investigations. And when they start to analyze the presence of huge amounts of such organic compounds in the air, it appeared that this is small microparticles of fibers. Because of, you know, that China is a country producing a lot of different synthetic goods all over the world. Since that, a lot of fibers are present in the air. So, but 2 years ago, when I found out this result, so I was impressed. And moreover, I start to analyze the amounts of those fiber materials which are produced on the territory in China and other countries. And I found out another absolutely interesting but terrible information because of, look here. So fashionable landfills in Africa obtained like humanitarian like gifts. It appeared that 100 billion pieces of clothes, that means 40% of totally produced goods, fiber goods, go to Africa as gift because of, you understand that the fashion industry should produce new and new modern things. And it is necessary to do something with the residues of the clothes. And that is the money to solve this problem. So they prefer to give this gift. And you can see here that near the bench of the Africa, it's interesting. They bring and put on a bench this big mass of these clothes. And there are a lot of countries which you can see here, which are involved in such gift obtaining. And actually, that is ecological problem, big ecological problem, which now we do not discuss even, because here you can see the information coming from the 2019. So it became directly before the pandemic. So what is the situation and prognosis which we have now? And you can see here the picture. I always to see in some silent picture, because sometimes you can obtain more information from this picture from some words under this picture. And you can see here the fish. And so the fish is the source of main pollution by microplastics. And now we are talking about the prognosis. And you can see here this year and increase in amounts of microplastics in the ocean. And so no comments, only the information. So some scientists start to analyze the presence of these microplastics present in ocean. And you can see, after all, the result. So at the first place, you do not have bags or you do not have bottles. You can see synthetic textiles, close to 35%. And at the second place, you can see car tires. So two main sources of the plastic materials which we have in the ocean. So, and ocean is our source of different atmospheric events, of precipitations, and so on and so on. And I would like to draw your attention to this classification, because of it is also interesting. Further, we will talk about the presence of different synthetic materials used for the production of textile goods, and most of them correspond to this part of materials, so thermoplastic resin. Thermoplastic resin. So, and here you can see further, I will use some abbreviations. So now please look through, because, for example, polyvinyl haloride, you can see by this abbreviation, polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene, and so on. Probably you know, but maybe some from you not. So I prepare some special table with the information coming from the publications of specialists from absolutely different countries. And they investigated the presence of different microparticles, and they even clarify the nature of these synthetic materials, and you can see all of them here of different color and so on and so on. The size was also defined, but you can see here the shape of these materials. And probably in most cases, you can see fiber. Fiber, that is the main form of those microplastic materials, which I'm talking you about. So it was interesting to read the information about the accumulation of microplastics in the ocean sediments. It means very nice. So we will have some sedimentation of these microparticles at the bottom of, and accumulation at the bottom of the ocean, and that is good, and so on and so on. But you know, this information from one side is good. From another side, give us information about the nature of those materials which are accumulated. So it means that a lot of such material is present initially in the water. And you can see here in blue color, generally, if we will analyze the situation in the depths up to 9 centimeter, so we will see the presence of different materials, but the most amount you can see here belongs to these materials: polyester, polypropylene, polystyrene, and actually polyurethane. So by this analysis, we goes deeper and deeper into understanding of our main enemy. Because if we understand the nature of these plastic goods, which we need to degrade to solve the problem, so we start to be closer to this result. So, and you can see here the real forms of these materials, which were discovered in the ocean. And believe me that from the river water, actually we have same information and same spectrum of the different types of materials and their forms. In many, many cases, we have fibers, but we also have such granules and so on and so on. Nevertheless, we have problems with the micropollutions. And you can see here that in another investigation, the specialist try to explain the general situation with the modification of such microplastic particles close, for example, to the bottom of some water sources, and it appeared that we have no any degradation in water of such materials because of we have anaerobic conditions close to the bottom. So we have no oxidation. So it means that oxidation should participate in the degradation of these materials. It means that in ocean, we will have no such conditions, but the better conditions will be in the water, river sources, and in soil, But when the people start to analyze the presence of these microparticles in the different types of water, it appeared that on the surface of such microplastics, we can observe different types of contaminates. For example, viruses. During the COVID pandemic, probably you do not know, but the analysis of presence of amounts of virus particles on the surface of microplastic particles allowed to estimate the general situation in some certain country concerning the COVID disease. Because up to 60% of virus particles we have in feces and urine. And so we have the appearance of these virus particles in environment and accumulation directly on the surface of microplastics. Moreover, due to the different types of chemical interactions, we can determined the presence not only of virus, but even microorganisms and small chemical compounds like pesticides, different types of pharmaceuticals. But we are interested, first of all, in the presence of antibiotics, mycotoxins, of course, heavy metals, but as compared to heavy metals, believe me, the presence of huge amounts of antibiotic, pesticides, and mycotoxins, which are very, very toxic compounds on the these microplastic particles is very, very important. And when such combination we have in some cells, of course, some cells start to generate the reactive oxygen species to conduct some oxidation of these materials. And of course, we have some problems with the health and so on and so on. So, and in fact, if we have such adsorption of some other compounds, and some of them probably are not toxic initially, but after the degradation start to be toxic. So actually we have the carriers for such toxic compounds and contaminants. And that is a problem. So first one, that is the presence of microplastic particles. Second one, the presence of different compounds or microorganisms or viruses on the surface of these particles. And it is very dangerous situation. Look here. So we published this information a year ago, and you can see the analysis of interest to the absorption, adsorption of the different types of antibiotics on the particles, and you can see that around the main particles which contain a lot of antibiotics, you can see polyethylene. And of course, we use polyethylene widely, and it is a good carrier for the antibiotics and provoking the different types of an allergy. And probably you know the problem about the microorganism resistant to the action of different antibiotics. And so probably this situation have some different connections between different parts of the general situation, and talking about the possible formation of different configurations, very complicated content on the surface of these microparticles, and the situation when we can have at the same time not only antibiotics, not only mycotoxins or some pesticides, we can have a mixture of these compounds on the surface of these microplastics, playing a role of carriers, but also the presence of some microorganisms producing lipopolysaccharides, which form some gels, some biofilms on the surface of these particles. So, and obtaining such microparticles in our body, so we have some case of Trojan horse effect finally, because we firstly think how to separate microplastic particles, or how to fight against the antibiotic resistance, or how to fight against some toxicity and so on. But we have a very complicated problem, and it should be solved, but that is a reality. Now the science allows us the determination of such situation. And what we will have as a result of appearance of such Trojan horse. So of course, we will have immediately several effects and response in the living organisms, because in this case, we certainly will have the appearance of reactive oxygen species. We will have the decrease in metabolic activity due to the very complicated task for the, for example, degradation by our own enzymes or enzymes present in many other cells of these very stable due to the formation target, and so on and so on. So we will have troubles. Now we understand that, and that is not a panic, but that is some step to understanding of the approaches how to solve this general problem, because it is not alone concerning the plastic. And I would like to draw your attention to the mycotoxins, because about the pesticides and antibiotics, you know a lot. But I would like to say a few words concerning mycotoxins, because these molecules are produced by actually all mycelial or filamentous. Sorry. Могу говорить, у меня лекция. Sorry. So the fungi use the production of mycotoxins like their own chemical defense agents, because of, probably you know, or maybe not, but fungi prefer to synthesize and secrete different enzymes to cover different substrates into the final food for themselves, and to prevent the consuming of this food by other microorganisms, they produce antibiotics, which we use in our life, and mycotoxins, which are very toxic also for us, not only for animals and plants. And today we know about 400 different mycotoxins, and that is a special direction of investigations. We are also involved in that because we check the presence of these compounds in many types of foods and soils and water samples and so on coming from environment. And believe me that fungi can produce these mycotoxins, so absolutely biological native molecules. And visually, by visual estimation, we will never check the presence of these toxins in some samples. But if you consider that you have some dry food, and you can eat it or consume without any dangerous situation, so you are not right, because of fungi prefer to grow or to have some storage conditions even in dry fruits, in some seeds, in rice, nuts, and so on and so on. So a lot of different foods can contain these mycotoxins. And what to do? Sometimes we wash them and all mycotoxins go away into water, and there we have some microparticles of our plastics. So, and we will have accumulation by adsorption of these mycotoxins on some microplastic particles. Is it dangerous or not? One day ago, I told you about organophosphorus pesticides, and I told about the chlorpyrifos. And you can see here the tolerable daily intake of this compound. And I said that it is a terrible situation because the structure of these pesticides is close to the chemical warfare agent. But if you will compare same parameter known for the different types of mycotoxins, you will see the difference, and you will see that mycotoxins are much more toxic as compared to some even pesticides. So that is a problem. So if the plastics, and we try to cover by the plastic goods some foods, so will contain some mycotoxins. like you can see here some sources. So we will have troubles because mycotoxins, due to their mechanism of action, can disrupt the synthesis of proteins and first of all nucleic acids, and that is why acute and chronic toxicity is observed, appearance of different types of carcinogenic effects and appearance of some diseases of liver and kidney. And believe me that those people who would like to use, in Russian, ЗОЖ, so to eat only organic products, to eat only fruits, vegetables, and so on and so on. So actually they are at the first line of the action of mycotoxins. So that is a very dangerous situation. But you know that there are a lot of enzymes in nature produced by bacteria, first of all, and microalgae, which can disrupt these mycotoxins, and that is also important thing. And here you can see some samples of such enzymes which can be applied for the degradation of mycotoxins, also present on the surface of microplastic particles. And here you can see that different enzymes can hydrolyze different mycotoxins. And the idea is following. Here you can see the examples of this enzyme. And due to the analysis of the amino acid sequence and by using the protein data bank, we can find out those sources in nature of living organisms which can help us to hydrolyze these mycotoxins, so to remove these toxic compounds from the surface of microplastic particles. So this is the first approach. Initially, we have very complicated situation. So we need to share these plastic materials from the cover of different molecules which we have. Finally, under natural conditions and different enzymes can help us. The problem is following. Each enzyme usually act with certain, sometimes single mycotoxin. And that is a very interesting idea to find out those enzymes which can remove several mycotoxins from the surface of microplastic particles. And you know, interesting situation. Do you remember about the enzyme which I'm talking you about the organophosphorus pesticide with his tag, which we put directly to this enzyme for the easy purification of it. So, but interesting, the analysis showed us that we can use this enzyme not only against the organophosphorus pesticides, but it is possible to use it for the degradation of some mycotoxins because of the similar structure in some components of the chemical structure of these compounds. And you can see here that this enzyme can help us very quickly hydrolyze three different types of the mycotoxins, which we applied for the treatment of rats. And you can see here that the analysis of the blood, here you can see the application of the mixture of different mycotoxins, which can be degraded by the enzyme, and the treatment with the enzyme of same rats give us a good enough result, especially in the situation with the control of the activity of enzymes of liver and kidney. So it is possible to use these enzymes not only like antidote against the mycotoxins intoxication when they present in some feed for animals, but we tried to estimate the presence of and the possible treatment of microplastic particles by the enzymes. And of course, in this case, we need in some special method for the quick estimation of the efficiency of work of our enzyme and treatment of the plastic materials. So, and we suggested this method, which is based on the application of fluorescent bacteria. And probably you know that contact of these bioluminescent bacteria with different toxic material result in the decrease of the bioluminescence, natural bioluminescence of these cells, and that can be registered by the microluminometer. And we show that it is possible to use some calibration curves for different mycotoxins and to estimate the presence of these mycotoxins on the surface of different microplastics. And you can see here the different limit detections due to the characteristics of microplastics containing on the surface of the particles, these mycotoxins. But nevertheless, the presence is obvious, presence of mycotoxins. So I would like to come back to the poor fish, because fish, though this is the main task or target of the action of microplastics in the nature. And now we are talking about the opportunity even of using this source of food in our life because of the presence of different other compounds on the surface of plastic materials. And we certainly understand. And you can see here the amounts of different particles, plastic particles, which can be consumed annually by men. And you understand that finally we will have like participant of some trophic with the presence of possible presence of these plastic materials in our body. And now you can see in many publications the presence of plastic particles in the blood and even in the brain. And moreover, some specialists in medicine start to discuss the problem of atherosclerosis as a result of accumulation of these particles directly in the blood vessels. So, and so on and so on. And of course, the most interesting situation was several years ago when the appearance and presence of the plastic particles in the caps after the using of plastic tea bags was disclosed. And of course, we understand why, because of the high temperature. And the high temperature, of course, provokes the appearance of such materials. So that is why we need to drink tea without tea bags. But is it possible to visually detect the presence of some microparticles? Usually not, because of, you can see the size, for example, of human hair and the microparticles which can present in different objects, but we have no chance to see them. In agriculture, the people widely use compost and different types of manure and facets and so on and so on. And plastic mulching also is very popular. And sometimes the use of sludge coming from the river also is applied. But the analysis of all these sources give such results. And in all these sources, we certainly have the presence of microplastic particles. And that is why we have the contact with them. And first of all, plants has contact with such ingredients in the soil, and so what? And so what? But it appears that it is dangerous for the plants. And now it is certainly confirmed that the presence of microplastics can alter soil by physical properties, can influence the microbial content, and of course, certainly reduce the plant growth. So this is the main idea for the storage of high rates of crops accumulation. And that is why we should talk about that. And the reason of the polymers which can provoke such reaction, you can see here. But, you know, the next idea is the influence of these microplastics, not only on certain living organisms like human, like some animals, like some plants, but we should talk about the state of some ecological system, because by changing the situation, for example, with some certain living things, we by this way influence on the general ecological communities, living communities, and we can considerably change the general content, not only of the some microorganisms, but also in time probably it will be necessary to change some plants, cultural plants by others, and so on and so on. So of course, same situation we have with the aquatic ecosystem. So is it possible to prevent the appearance of micro in these microplastic particles? So hypothetically, yes. But in this case, we need in some sorbents. And, 2 years ago, already after pandemic, some people from South Korea appeared in Moscow and asked us, is it possible to develop some special sorbents which we can put in each washing machine and to separate these plastic particles? And so we, of course, said that no, we have no such filters and sorbents because of, especially with the characteristic of self-decontamination like in car, because of, look here, so a lot of different filters and which we use now for the purification of water, like ceramic one or containing different variants of activated carbon. So they can help us in removing only a part of these microplastic particles. But in all these three popular variants of these filters, we will never have 100 separation of these particles from our water. And believe me, it was very amazing for me information, because of in United States, probably you know, so all people try to use the big bottles for 5 liters to drink the tap water, but in all variants, close to 100% of samples of this filtered tap water contains microplastic particles. Interesting. And the idea is following: if we will use reverse osmosis, sorry. So in this case, we can remove all these variants of the particles, certainly. And you understand this process well, but not in all organization even we have such equipment. We use it for the preparation of some specially purified water for our experiments. Yes, it's true. Bless you. So, but the situation is following. By using this process, we can remove all particles and even nanoparticles, plastic nanoparticles, but we have no chance to have everywhere the equipment for such process. Sometimes, of course, we can use, for example, some filters or sorbents, but after that, we need to remove these microplastic particles from the surface of these filters to guarantee their further work. And some people try to estimate the efficiency of application of aggressive agents, and you can see all of them here for the treatment of the complicated situation when you have a lot of different microplastic particles in some tubes, and it appeared that all these aggressive agents do not work with the microplastic particles. They can remove some bioorganic matter adsorbed on the surface of microplastic particles, but not dissolve them. So that is not a solution for this problem. So we actually need in some special chemical or biochemical catalyst to solve this problem. And of course, in this case, we need to put in our attention and our mind the initial structure and nature of used plastic materials. But believe me that we can hydrolyze some of these materials by using certain enzymes for the cleavage, first of all, of ester bonds. Esterases are very popular. So, and do you know that we use, for example, lapases in the frame of different washing powders, which we use in our washing machine. And so they are esterases. And that is why, even by using the low temperatures for the washing of clothes, sometimes we have appearance of microplastic particles after the washing of our clothes. So due to the presence enzymes or detergents with the increased temperature and so on and so on. Sorry. So bioplastic is not a solution, good solution for this situation, because of usually they do not produce good properties in which we need. And so sometimes we need to prepare some composite materials. So we mix the bioplastic with the regular one, and finally we reduce the opportunity of some enzymes to react with such plastics for their biodegradation. But the analysis of the situation, which were done by me and my colleagues from my laboratory a year ago, showed us that actually we have a choice among different enzymes, which can be applied for the degradation of the plastics. And it was very interesting. Look here. If you will see the arrows which I put here, so generally we have different structures of molecules of various enzymes, but the active site is similar to each other, and that is why we can apply several enzymes for the same purposes. For example, for the treatment of some microplastics particles, even at this temperature. So actually, we can use enzymes. Oh, it start to work. Enzymes to fight against the nanoparticles, even if we would like to treat these accumulated nanoparticles in some tubes. And how do you think? Is it possible to use enzymes to treat the microplastic particles which can be accumulated in our vessels? If that is the source of atherosclerosis. I see that you are tight, but I'm close to the finish. So, of course, the degradation of the microplastic particles depends on many factors. And that is a very complex task that should be solved. And believe me that when we start with my colleagues to analyze the factors which can considerably influence the situation with the degradation of the microplastic, it appeared that we have no enough fingers in our hands to calculate the main factors which we should put into our mind analyzing the situation. But look here. Talking about the enzymatic degradation, we tried to compare the pH of such processes. It appeared that the pH should be a little bit higher than 7.0, and the temperature should be higher than 40 Celsius degrees, certainly. And the, not production, but the velocity of the degradation is close to each other. For example, for several microplastic particles. But I would like to say that it appeared that for the good degradation of the plastic materials, it is necessary certain the adsorption of the enzyme on the surface of these polymers. But I come back to the situation when we have accumulation of the organic acids as the products of the degradation of the polymers. So we have such accumulation, so we need in stabilization of the enzyme action in presence of accumulated organic acids. And actually now we know well, only one method and approach based on the immobilization of enzymes, but we need immobilization or adsorption on the polymer. And so now we have no good solution for the application of enzymes for the treatment of the polymers. I understand only now one thing very well, that we need to use not only one certain enzyme, but it will be good to use cocktail or mixture of enzymes which can react with this polymer by different site, probably to accelerate the degradation process. But if we will go to the discussion of the possible application of not biological, but metal-containing chemical catalysts for the degradation of microplastics. So I need to say that, of course, it will be good. And here you can see several processes which we also analyze, and the productivity of these processes and so on and so on. But the most active catalysts are here. You can see here which are of them. We cannot use them to clean the environmental system, unfortunately. So we need to think about some, we need to think about some combinations probably of some metal organic frames with the enzymes, and that is some kind of idea for the further development of investigations in this area, because unfortunately we have no better idea now. But the situation is following. I would like to draw attention to this publication. I like it because you can see the presence of chlorella microalgae in soil. And here you can see the appearance of the microplastic particles. And the analysis of this chlorella showed, look here, absence of chlorophyll in presence of these microplastic particles. It means negative action of this plastic on the chlorella. But the appearance addition of commercial preparations of humic substances guarantee the presence of chlorophyll inside of the cells. So the idea is following. Probably humic substances can help us to protect some microorganisms in soil in case of appearance of microparticles there, and probably keep the metabolic and enzymatic degradable activity of this microorganism. So idea is following. Now we have this paper in press, but I would like to say a few words concerning the results of our work, because it is important. Look here, we know that we have some interaction between humic substances and microorganisms. We certainly now try to understand the situation with the interactions between microorganisms and synthetic polymers, I mean microplastic nanoparticles. But what is the real interaction between humic substances and synthetic polymers? It's interesting. It's interesting because of, look here, under the environmental conditions, we have from literature, from our experience, that the humic substances can provide a lot of different very active radicals which can provoke the photodegradation of the plastics. It is a well-known thing. But at the same time, the humic substances can be used by the microorganism not only as a carrier for their presence in soil, but also as a sources of some active ingredients and nutrients and so on. So they can protect, and in the case of chlorella, I show you that it is a really possible thing. So how do you think the idea about the hybrid degradation, combination of the action of the sunlight and the presence and the microorganisms in the presence of humic substances. You know, we checked in our laboratory the rates of degradation of different plastics, and you can see here the influence of some certain medium used by us for such experiments. The different sources of humic substances are shown here. So in red, commercial humic substances, so present in natural water, in soil, in compost, and in the sewage after anaerobic digestion. And you can see that actually compost is good enough for the high velocity of degradation, not all, of course, but some of these plastics. I close to the finish because I preparing to this meeting, I found out new information concerning not biodegradation, but inclusion involving of microplastics into the creation of new materials. So that is another absolutely approach far away from the degradation. So this is the creation of some composite materials in which the microplastic particles are involved and stay for a long period of time. Probably that is also interesting solution because of we cannot fight with them, but collect these microplastic particles and transform not into the fuel, but into some new materials. And you can see here the application, but microorganisms producing polysaccharides, which were involved in the formation of biofilms, but I already said that lipopolysaccharides participate in the covering of these particles with some cover, sorry. And you can see here that the authors add calcium for the creation of the good gel system. So probably that is a good solution, but we need to fight with the fashion industry because of we have a lot of such goods and excess of them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Что-то случилось, открылась куча окошек. Да? Ну, все так.
So, hello one more time. It's nice to see you again. Unfortunately, my colleague had to present this topic today to you, but he was unable to present today. That's why he asked me whether I can present to you another topic one more time. And I thought, yeah, okay, why not? So I'm going to tell you today about our information system that works in Russian Federation. This is the system that accounts all the traffic, all the processing that happens in the sphere of waste management, especially in the sphere of waste of the first and second hazard classes. So please remember that we are talking only about the first and second hazard classes today, because other types of hazardous we don't get an account today. So I work in our national federal environmental operator, and we have this information system. It's pretty a digital platform that works everywhere. So for example, today I'll show you our digital platform. So whenever you are, you can open your laptop, your computer, your smartphone, and see this internet page and to have a look at your account in our information system. Okay, so let's start. The current market of the first and second hazardous classes of waste has shown its inefficiency because of numerous violations and unauthorized dumps. And that's why we also detected the ineffective management of these types of waste. We detected that it can be really a direct threat to our security. So the infamous sites of accumulated environmental damage, such as, for example, Krasny Bor that you're going to visit this week, if not mistaken, it is situated in one of our districts in the Russian region called Leningradska Oblast. So this was an industrial waste that was left from the Soviet Union, and it was dumped there for decades. So our federal environmental operator have done great work with that, and you will see how now it looks. So the difficult situation with the industrial waste in Russia has served as a prerequisite for modernization of the system of the first and second class hazard classes of waste and its management. So in fact, formation of a new system of such waste management happened. So according to our federal classification catalog, there are 487 wastes of the first and second class. So, these wastes are usually generated by the organizations of various types, for example, mercury, lead-containing wastes, and waste of chemical carbon sources. So the main waste generations here are pretty plants or other big organizations. So, yeah, спасибо. So Rosatom has unique experience in successfully building a unified state system for radioactive wastes. And now we've decided why not to use this experience in creating another system, not only in radioactive waste, but to create a system of the first and second class hazard classes. So thus, the president of Russian Federation has instructed us to carry out similar work regarding to these hazard classes. And that was necessary to create that system in our country to be effective. So we could understand what is, so the first aim was to understand what is the situation exactly. What is the current damage, to detect it at first. So, and the federal project was created. It is called Infrastructure for the First and Second Classes of Waste and its Management. So, and this federal project was implemented as the part of our national project called Ecology. So, at the basis of this project became the formation of a new system that we're talking today. So, moreover, I would like to emphasize that within this framework of the federal project, we are simultaneously were creating the real infrastructure that will make it possible to obtain recycling products from processing industrial waste. So we are not only creating just the information system, just a digital platform, but moreover, the real infrastructure of plants that will be able to recycle the waste that we will detect. So this will make it possible to significantly save resources through their reuse. Next slide. So the basic decisions have been taken to organize a new system of the first and second class. So there are federal some steps that we've overcame before its final creation. So the first thing we've done was it was necessary to make some amendments to the legislation in our country. So that's the main bureaucratic thing that is necessary actually in every in every project. And it was made in 2019. So, and we've finished doing all the basic amendments only in 2021. And to be honest, we are still doing this. Yeah, but all the basic amendments are already done. So another thing we've done was that our Rosatom, so our atomic agency, has created us, Federal Environmental Operator, in order to work in federal and national projects and to create this system we are talking today about. So this was the next step. And the third step was that we detected the cost of our prices. So we work with all legal entities in our countries, in our country, and the cost of our service was subjected by our legal entities, so by the Ministry of Finance and etc. So. And moreover, our costs cover not only just the final recyclement, but we cover the whole processing of waste. So from waste reception to the actual final disposal or recycling. So the next thing that we've done was the creation, bless you. So the creation of a standard form of our contract that we work in. So we work on with all our organizations, the waste generators at the same contract, at the standard solutions. So the main thing why we managed to cover the whole country is that we have a standard decision. So we don't make any exceptions. And the thing is that we work on basic basic issues. So the last thing that we've done, the creation of our information system. So we had to overcome these 5 steps to in order to obtain our current situation. So all interaction between all market participants are provided through this digital system. In Russian, it's called FGISU PVK. That's just the first letters of our federal information system in Russian language. But today I'll call it just a system, just a digital system. So in our system, the operator, which is also responsible for its operation and smooth functioning, is also the federal environmental operator. For sure. So in our system, in our digital platform, it works as one window system. So one window system means that all the processing happens only in one exact platform. So we control all the processing, starting from financing, ending from the accounting, for example. And optimizing logistics, yeah. So the next thing I wanted to say is that, yeah, I wanted to note that this is the first digital system, ecosystem in the country that's capable of managing the entire change of operations in the first and second classes, in the market of the first and second classes. So submission of data on all operations with these classes is mandatory for both for the federal operator itself and as well as for waste generators. So in our system, we have several accounts. We have the account of us, of federal operator. Another thing that we have the account of waste generator, and we have two accounts of operators, so a waste transporter and a waste recycler. So the system has a built-in service that checks all participants for tax non-payments and also shows whether any checks are not currently being carried out. So everyone confirms the convenience of this service from the point of view of automation of process and ending by the procedures involved in checking the reliability of a legal entity. So, for example, if you are a waste manager, operator, and a transporter at once, it's coming to you or you order transportation, and you will be sure that the company that submitted the best application and that you have selected has already been verified by the internal verification system. So every entity in our system was checked. And to be honest, at the beginning of our work, we faced a problem that unfortunately not even half of the operators who functioned at the territory of Russia were completely legally doing that. So thus, via checking them, we understood that we couldn't get a contract with them at the end, and we faced the problem that there were not enough of operators to cover our territory. But in the end, for sure, new operators turned out, were created, and we finally managed to cover our territory. Yeah, but at first we were shocked that actually not every legal entity was so legal, so to say. Yeah, but via working in our federal system, now we are completely sure, and our waste generators are completely sure that the operator that will work with its waste is completely verified and will do it in a legal way. Yeah, so after submitting an application for handling the waste, a waste generator and is forming an order, so to say. The system automatically gives a QR code. So, and that have to be put at the packaging of the waste. This QR code contains all necessary information about the container, in which the waste are transferred for the ending of the transportation. So in order to work in our digital platform, waste generators need to register in the system and ensure the placement of information. So first of all, they present their information on the types of waste generated, on the sources and norms of its appearance, locations and location, so where it is situated, so where do we need to take the waste, and the placement of limits. The placement of limits, that's the thing that our government gives all the waste generator. So every waste generator has its limits on the waste producing. Yeah. Another thing I wanted to tell you about our information system before we are going to see it on the screen is that our waste management operators with the necessary license must also register in the system and provide data on their facilities. As well, they provide data with their design capacity and applied technology and vehicles they use. So everything is detected and presented to the system. In order to make our system transparent. So, moreover, our system minimizes inspectors by regulatory authorities, as the entire life cycle of waste is traceable in the system. So that's another good thing that happened at the end. We noticed that our federal agency of natural resources didn't need to make any unplanned check at the end, because they see all the necessary information in the system and they see that it's pretty verified. And at the end, it turned out that they can do some other useful things rather than do checks. Yeah, so at the moment, the exchange of information between the two systems allows the federal operator to automatically verify data on the facilities entered in the register of facilities that have a negative impact on the environment. So taking into account that the integration happens automatically, a waste transporter or recycler without the appropriate permits will not be able to register in the system. So that's what happened in the end. Now the whole checks are done in the system automatically, and we even don't need any person who will check all the information in our system, because that's just the automatic work due to the integration with other information system of our Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, for example. So the same principle of integration with the data of the Federal Classification Catalog of Waste, it works in the same way. And a type of waste that are not included into the first and second classes can be entered into our system as well. So the next slide schematically presents you the scheme of our state regulation in the field of the first and second hazardous classes and its management. So our new system links is a basic tie between waste generators, management operators, us, federal operator, and the interested federal executive authorities. So, for example, as I've already said, the Ministry of Natural Resources of Russia, the Ministry of Transport of Russia, etc. So any legal entity that needs information from our federal system can easily reach it. Waste generators that don't have their own facilities for handling must transfer these types of waste to a federal operator by entering into a contract with the operator for the handling of waste. So in its return, the federal operator independently or with the help of any other entity will ensure their neutralization, utilization, or safe disposal. So for sure, we are trying to reach recyclement at the end, but unfortunately, not in every type of waste it's possible to do that. That's why the next step, we're trying to reach utilization. And if that's not possible as well, the final step will be just disposal, at least. So here I have to focus on the digitalization of the waste management industry for now in our country. And we could reach the total digitalization of this sphere here only because of the creation of this digital system. Now in our system, another thing I wanted to tell you that to register in our system, you can only via the identification at our legal services. So every citizen of Russia has its account at legal services. And if there is an information that this exact citizen has the right to enter to our federal system, it will easily pass to it via authorization through it. So I will show you a bit later how it works. Just you scan the QR code and you get to our information system. So the next thing I wanted to tell you that our digital environmental platform has as well a protection tool for accounting and control over the entire life cycle. So these are the things that I've already told you. So I don't see the reason why I have to repeat it. Yeah, so here you can see that the scheme of the processing that we have in our system. So there are three main entities: waste transporter, waste operator, the recycler, and waste generator. And at the end, we have other waste operators who has the capacity to utilize or dispose waste. So after detecting these entities in our system, we get information on waste operators. Then if a waste generator is detected at our country, we send them a request, or they can just by themselves enter into our system. So, and in the end, we have our verification on information that were provided. So as I've already said, this verification is made automatically. Yeah. So, and in the end, we have the correct information that's presented in our federal information system. Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to tell you. Oh, yeah, thank you. So these are the results that we've already reached. So to be exactly, we managed to cover 99.1% of our territory. Considering the accounting and control. So now we have 108,000 of users that have their verified accounts and that are active in our system. Moreover, it means that we have 58,000 of organizations that work in our system and that are verified waste generators. So I will repeat it one more time. 58,000 of organizations that really work in our system. So it means in our country, we managed to cover 97% of the market. Yeah, so, and in other terms, we have 55,000 of waste generators. That's the 92% of our market. Moreover, we have the 2,000 of waste transporters that work in our system that are verified as well. Unfortunately, that's only 31% of the actual market now. So that's, to be honest, that's quite a problem that we faced, that I've already told you, that not all of our transporters operate legally on our territory. So that's why we don't take their services. And at the end, we have just 177 waste operators. That's only 22.1% of our market in the country. So that's another thing that we faced as well, that not all the operators truly require the recyclement, for example. Yeah. So, and considering the safe handling, here you can see at the slide that 60,000 of contracts were signed with the waste generators for now during this year. So, we've already passed just the half of the year. So now at our system, we have 60,000 of contracts. Moreover, we have 77,000 of requests, so of requests for an order to take the waste. And for now, we managed to reach 77,000 of waste recyclement. Yeah. So that was the main the main key results that we managed to obtain for now. So here we can see the waste handling facilities online. I will show you it a bit later interactively, right in our federal information system via my account. So before ending, I wanted to note that before including waste management facilities on the digital platform, including waste accumulation sites and our own specialists of federal environmental operator carry out a detailed verification. So unfortunately, we didn't manage to reach automatic verification only in this exact field, in handling facilities. So in all other objects in our federal information system, we managed to get automatic authorization. So considering the audit activities, for sure, we don't only control, we also account the real state of affairs, so to say, in our countries. So we understand that sometimes information can be outdated. So that's why we make our own audit activities. So for example, this year we managed to do 64 of them. Till the end of this year, we are planning to do more than 70 activities as well. So hope we will manage to do that. So for example, the major list of violations that were detected by our specialists are that, for example, equipment and specialized machine tools owned by the operator by the right of ownership or other legal basis unnecessary for implementation or activities are missing or are in disassembled condition. So that happens quite regularly, that our operators that our operators tell us that actually they have these real handling facilities and they have all the necessary documents, but unfortunately, when we have our audit, it turns out that they don't have it at all. And that's why we need our information system. That's why we managed to cover only 22% of our operator markets, because we detect everything completely. So another violation that also was detected is violation of the requirements of the state ecological expertise conclusion. So from time to time, it happens that the operator that has all the licenses turns out to violate some requirements. So so after the audit, we detected. And in the end, the operator has all the necessary items not to violate the requirements. And we continue our work with that operator if everything after the audit was well. So another violation was carrying out activities and handling wastes at the address that doesn't correspond to the address of the license type or activity. So it happens as well, unfortunately, that by the documents, the handling facilities is situated in one region, but after the audit, it happens that your documents aren't correct, or for example, are outdated. Thus, after the audit, we tell our operator that there is a need on the document replacement, and it does as well. So, and the final major violation is that there are no agreement concluded with federal operator for waste handling. Yeah, so that's another violation that happens in the territory of Russian Federation, that all the operators can't recycle the first and second hazard classes of waste. They don't have a right to recycle it or to work with it if these wastes are produced by a legal entity. So if these wastes are produced by a citizen, for example, by me, there is no problem. But if this is a waste that was produced by an organization, the operators don't have a right to work with it directly. Only via us, or only federal environmental operator has the right to work with that. Yes, so, and if we detect after the audit that some operator has a deal with the first and second hazard classes of waste that was produced from an organization in our country, and this exact operator doesn't have a contract with us, that's a serious violations of federal legislation in Russia. Yes, so here are some measures that that are ensured accounting and verification of data that we made. So, for example, we can make, not we can make, but we do a support on our digital system. So as I've already said, for GISO PVK, that's just the Russian name of our digital system. Pardon? Please stop talking. Colleagues. Yep, please attention. Thank you. So another thing that we do is we don't only support all the entities that work in our system. So for example, I work in our in one type of our support. Moreover, we do the verification of data from the registrator. So this registrator goes from the detected, the authorized legislation service. So as well, we do verification on types of manufactured products. So moreover, our Federal Agency of Natural Resources has issued 7.2 thousand of warnings in order to detect the violations of current Russian legislation. Yeah, so and in the end, we perform the implementation of the algorithm for checking the reliability of data in the system. Yeah, so and the what's the outcome of these exact events that we do that we do. So, for example, in order to support our entities, we've done 164 64 webinars on large waste generators and the subject of Russian federations that were supervised in our system. So, considering the verification of data, we have 11,000 legal entities that are still not registered in our system, but we know that they have to actually. So also we identified this number, for example. So considering another type of our event is that we managed to identify 4,000 and a half of not registered manufactured products that actually have to be given to us. So, and another thing is that we've registered 1,000 legal entities that actually have to be, correctly present the information to our information system. So, and considering the implementation of our algorithms, the system has the integration with numerous information system across the whole country, and for now it works well. Yeah, so that's the end of the presentation, and now I would like to show you how our federal information system works in reality. Да, просто рисуйте. Yeah, so yeah, so here you can see our information system. So that's the starting page that we have. Pardon, it's loading. That's the starting page. So unfortunately, it is only in Russian. So I will just translate you what are the pages here. So this is my exact account. I have the role of our federal information system. I have all the licenses to work in our system as well. So another thing I wanted to show you that we have all the necessary analytics in it. Oi. Yep. So here we have all the necessary analytics. So these are the percentage that I've already told you. So this is the whole information that's presented in our system. We have the graphics here that's also made automatically by our system, by our platform. So yeah, it is so. So for example, here we see the generation of the first and second classes of waste in Russia. So for example, here you can see that usually we get the wastes that contain different types of metals. So there are lots of different statistics that our specialists need. So in here is the statistics considering what do we exactly do with the waste. So whether we recycle it, whether we use disposal, or whether we use utilization. So as you see, considering the the waste from legal entities, we managed to utilize them at the end, and only 22% were disposed. Yeah, so here's the end of the statistics. Here is another page I wanted to show you. Yeah, this is the information considering the objects that we have in our information system. So first of all, we have the places of generation. So this is the statistics that we have. A bit later, I will show you the whole map of Russian Federation, and you will see how many places of generation we have. So for example, for now, we have 109,000 of places that are registered to be a place of waste generation. So here is the map. So here is the map that's completely interactive. And here you can see online what objects of place generation we have here. So for example, this is Moscow. And here we have only 3 objects that are checked right now by our specialists. So if you see an orange point, it means that this exact place is under check. If you see a red point, it means that this place of generation was cancelled by our specialist because there are some violations of information, and a waste generator has to verify it one more time. So if you see a green point, this is the place of generation that was made correctly, and our specialists confirmed that all the information is verified, everything is placed correctly, and now it works in our information system. So for example, now we see that our specialists have just detected this exact place of waste generation in city Yaroslavl. Yeah, so that's the online map. Another thing I wanted to show you is, pardon? Blue. Blue means that a points that were just created. Yeah, so they are right now filled in by a waste generator. Yeah, so this is the was the number, the map of places, and here we see another statistics considering waste management facilities, handling facilities. So here we can see the same situation. Just a second. So here we can see a map as well. And here is the points that are checked by our specialists right now, considering the handling facilities. So as well, we see two facilities by our organizations that are detected. So the green that are already checked, the red that are cancelled, the orange that's under check right now. So, and no blue ones. So our specialists have just finished the check, actually. Yeah, and for example, for now, we have, I'll tell you, just a second, 754 facilities that are detected in our information system. So, and considering the, so even we have the vehicles that are registered as well. So here are 5,000 vehicles that are registered in our system, and 4,600 of them are already checked and are okay. So 247 are under check now, and 224 are cancelled and were deleted from our system. So the gray color means the deleted items. So here I'll show you the vehicles. Yeah, so here you see, if you see the red vehicle, it means that it stays now. So it's not on the move. We see just we see that this exact vehicle is getting ready to start. And for example, if this is a vehicle in blue, pardon, I'm trying to, yeah, so in blue, it means that there are several more vehicles that are getting ready. So, and if you, for example, check any vehicle in our system, you'll see that, for example, here here is just one vehicle by our operator that's called Ecology. And for now, we can see the history that it was recently receiving the wastes, and before that, it was giving out the wastes that were received to it. So in here we see all the coordinates where it happened. And so these are the points that actually our transport, that our vehicle managed to came across. So here is the point 2. This is the destination point that our vehicle managed to reach secondly. Yep. Yeah. No. So we have a GPS signal at every vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, it's detected as well. So they do all the necessary checks by photographing and videographing. So and all of this information is getting saved in our app as well, that was made specially for our operators. Unfortunately, I'm not ordered to show you this app, but we have this one as well. Yeah, so and here you can see other points that are going to be covered by this exact vehicle. Yeah. So let me see whether we have something more interesting that we need to cover today as well. Yeah, so another thing I wanted to tell you today is that, so yeah, so here's the exact number that we have today, considering our accounts of waste generator. So that's the number of how many accounts we have today. So, and considering another thing that was really important for our ministries is that all the accounting in our system happens like that. So according to our current Russian legislation, every waste generator in 10 days has to provide information to our federal system whether there are some wastes generated. So it has to happen in every 10 days. So and it calls the journal of waste movement in every company. So every organization that works in our system has its own journal of waste movement, and it has to be filled in every 10 days. So for example, they do the check and whether there are some kilograms of mercury lamps that were generated in 10 days, they fill in this information in the system. And in the end of, for example, 2 months, they have the ability to mix all of these journals, all of this information in our system, and to give an order. So we got to know that this amount of wastes are ready to be transported and are ready to be recycled. Yeah, so and now this is the last thing I wanted to show you, that we have for now covered this amount of orders. So this our information system works since 2022, and for now we managed to cover 115,000 of orders. Yeah, so that's what we've achieved for today. So do you have any questions? Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So that's a really good question, because pretty our goals, so to say, the sky has no limit, so to say. And um we we're trying to reach the concrete number in our operators, considering the transporting and recyclers. So, but unfortunately, we understand that this exact market of operators, not only of waste generators, but only considering the operators, is very, very flexible. So, and it is changing right every second. So, right every second in our country, a new organization turns out, is created, and is closed. So we understand that this number that we've managed to cover, only 22% considering of recyclers, isn't exact. So that's just the approximate number for us to understand that there are 70% of other operators more that we have to cooperate with. So, and we send our contract to them. We they know our strategic. They know how we work. We know they know our federal system. But unfortunately, some of our organization, but it's mostly a human issue, they don't want to work in a transparent system. So I think that's just human nature, and it may happen everywhere around the world that people just try to not to be transparent, so to say, diplomatically to say, and that's why we work with whom we can for now, and we create our own operators. So in the end, we will turn out at the market that's transparent, that works with really legal entities, that can really reach recyclement in the end, and we will be sure that it will really happen. Yeah, so that's our goal, and our strategic is if the citizens, if our people can't create themselves these generators that will be that will work legally, that will have all the necessary licenses and documents, and that will work transparently, we will create it ourselves. Yeah. So and we, for example, we already have our four facilities that are getting built now, and we have one plant that operates right now. Yeah, but the sky has no limit for sure, and we're trying to do our best in this case. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 According to our current legislation, the wastes from other countries can't be transported via borders to our country. So that's not so for now it's impossible to operate with the waste of other countries. So we are cover with the transportation only our territory. So for example, if you mean the abroad transportation of our Kaliningrad that is situated from Lithuania a bit, so we do it by sea. Yeah, so it's not only vehicles, but also ships, planes as well, if it's possible. Yeah, but but the price of transportation gets really high for sure. But still, that's that's obligatory for us. We are the control. We are the tie of controlment, and that's why we have to do it. Yeah, thank you for your questions. Yeah, okay, colleagues. So thank you for your activity. As well, I wanted to say that our federal information system is a decision that's quite flexible. So if in your countries you'll have a necessity to get this such information system, you can get in contact to us and we will help you with that. So if you need some. Okay, so thank you very much one more time. Hope to see you again. Thanks. So have a nice day. See you. Bye-bye.